Chapter 52. Thanks to Turbid Liquor Soul and Brother C. Wuxia for their tips, the rainstorm lasted for a day and finally stopped. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to leave the cave because it was nighttime and the beasts were at their peak. He moved large rocks and piled them at the entrance of the cave to prevent any beasts from breaking in at night. He spent the night half asleep and half awake peacefully. He pushed away the rocks and walked out of the cave. It was damp everywhere. The sun rose and shone with golden light. There were countless water droplets on the leaves of every tree and every blade of grass. They reflected the sun and shone with colorful lights. It was exceptionally beautiful. The air was moist and fresh. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Chen Zong chose the direction he went yesterday and carried the bag on his back. In the end, he helplessly confirmed that he was lost. At first glance, it was all lush grass and trees. It was impossible to tell where was which. I can only try my luck, Chen Zong thought to himself. He had to be careful. This was the Mount Fulong, and there were many beasts roaming around. As soon as he thought about it, a figure quickly attacked him from the side and slashed with a sword. The sword was extremely accurate and killed him directly. It was a half-meter-long lynx beast, lower class one. Chen Zong did not care about the lynx beast's body and quickly left. Otherwise, the smell of the beast's blood might attract other beasts. Time flew and the morning sun became scorching again. When he felt hungry and could not find suitable food, Chen Zong would eat an energy pill. The energy pill was now completely used to satisfy his hunger. During this time, Chen Zong encountered 3 beasts. Fortunately, the most powerful one was only middle-class one. It could not withstand his sword and was killed immediately. As he walked, the sun set. During this time, Chen Zong saw a small red tree in the distance. There were 3 fruits on the tree, 2 green and 1 red. There seemed to be scales on the fruit. He recognized that they were level 7 fire scale fruit. One was about to ripen, and the other 2 were not ripe yet. The value of a 7th grade herb was very high. Chen Zong was very tempted, but he did not dare to pick it, because beside the fire scale fruit tree, there was a fiery red demonic beast. Its appearance was like a jackal, and it was very ferocious. A tyrannical demonic aura surrounded its body, and it was extremely terrifying. Evil Fire Wolf, high rank 2 demonic beast. Chen Zong had to stay as far away as possible from this kind of demonic beast. He couldn't take any chances, even though he really wanted to get his hands on the ripe fire-scaled fruit. Only after carefully escaping did he heave a sigh of relief. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dark. Chen Zong had to find another place with a relatively wide and safe view to spend the night. The night was not peaceful. The roars of various demonic beasts rose and fell one after another. Chen Zong didn't dare to fall asleep. He leaned against the rock and tried his best to rest. The mountain wind at night was very cold, and even Chen Zong could not stand it. He had no choice but to circulate the true sword heavenly supreme skill to circulate his qi and blood to keep warm. However, using the martial arts would also consume his qi and blood force little by little. Although it was not as much as using the human-level martial arts, it could not be sustained for too long. He had to stop after a period of time to let it recover. In the middle of the night, another demonic beast approached Chen Zong, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This was an iron-back green wolf. It was also a common high-rank 1 demonic beast in the Mount Fulong. It tiptoed and approached Chen Zong from the side. When it was close enough, the iron-back green wolf leaped and rushed towards Chen Zong like a flash of lightning. Its sharp claws clawed at Chen Zong's arms, and it opened its sharp mouth to bite Chen Zong's neck with its sharp fangs. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and the iron sword resting on his legs rose without him noticing. He unsheathed the sword, and the sword light was extremely dazzling in the night sky, even brighter than the moon in the sky. The sword, with a shocking sharpness, pierced through the iron-back green wolf's open mouth, pierced through its throat, and came out from the back of its neck. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword vibrated slightly, and the ironback green wolf, which still wanted to counterattack, was flung dozens of meters away. It landed on the ground and rolled back dozens of meters. Finer control of strength, Chen Zong thought to himself. However, he also knew that with his current strength, killing a high-rank one demonic beast like the ironback green wolf was not a problem, but he still could not kill it with one strike. This time there was a bit of luck involved. Perhaps because of his good luck, Chen Zong did not encounter any high-rank two demonic beasts. He passed the night without any danger and continued on his journey. The longer he stayed in the Mount Fulong, the more experience Chen Zong had in surviving in the wild. If not for his low cultivation and insufficient strength, he would not have wanted to leave so soon. On the third day, Chen Zong saved an injured martial artist and applied medicine to his wound. Then, he saw what it meant to be unpredictable. This person took advantage of Chen Zong's carelessness to launch a sneak attack to kill Chen Zong. Fortunately, Chen Zong's five senses were sharp, and he reacted immediately. In addition, the opponent's cultivation was high, but his injuries were not light, so he did not pay too much attention to Chen Zong. In the end, not only did the sneak attack fail to kill Chen Zong, but Chen Zong dodged it and counterattacked with his sword. "Stop, I'm willing to give you all these things," the martial artist, whose cultivation was at the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood realm, said with a pale face as he clutched his chest. "Okay." Chen Zong's expression was cold. He was kind enough to save someone, but he was repaid with ingratitude and was almost killed. He did not feel good about it. "I'll throw it over, you catch it," the martial artist said. He threw the bag in his hand to Chen Zong and leaned back, looking like he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the martial artist turned around, seemingly retreating but actually advancing. Leaving behind an afterimage, he appeared on Chen Zong's left side and stabbed the short knife in his hand toward Chen Zong's neck. With one stab, there was no one under the knife. The martial artist immediately sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Chen Zong used the wind stepping steps to dodge the attack, but the iron sword pierced through his heart from the back, killing him instantly. In fact, even if the martial artist really gave everything to Chen Zong had no intention of letting him go. The sword was a sword of slaughter. It could not kill the innocent, but it could kill those who deserved to be killed. The short knife was a refined iron weapon, so it was worth some jade coins. Chen Zong hung it around his waist and carried it with him. Inside the bag, there were 7 3rd and 4th grade herbs, a few energy pills, beast blood pills, and some dry food and fire extinguishers. After searching the martial artist's body, he found a money ticket and 10 purple jade coins. Jade coins were circulating currency. They were divided into white, red, and purple. White jade coins had the lowest value. 1 red jade coin was worth 10 white jade coins, and 1 purple jade coin was worth 10 red jade coins. A money ticket was worth 1,000 white jade coins, so it was worth 2,000 white jade coins in total. For Chen Zong, who had not had many jade coins since he was young, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. On the 4th day, Chen Zong was chased by a 2nd-grade low-tier demonic beast. He used the wind stepping steps many times and luckily escaped. On the 5th day, Chen Zong was in a sorry state. There was a trace of fatigue in his eyes, but his eyes were sharper. "I have to leave Mount Fulong as soon as possible. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on." Chen Zong thought to himself and chose a direction again. Surviving in the mountains for 5 days had more or less given him some experience. He could judge based on his experience. The rest was up to luck. Thinking about it, his luck shouldn't be too bad. Soon, Chen Zong knew that his luck was terrible. Run, run, run. Run for your life. Race of life and death. Behind Chen Zong, there were 12 ironback green wolves chasing after him. 1-on-1, or even 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, he was confident that he could kill the ironback green wolf. But 1 against 12, it was no different from sending himself to death. Greater mastery of the wind's stepping steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. 1 step, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, 3 steps, 9 meters. He continued to run. His footsteps were as fast as rolling wheels. His body was like the wind, leaping over plants and rock. Chenzong once again hoped that his luck would be better and that he could shake off the 12 ironback green wolves chasing after him. But the cruel reality once again made him realize that it was unrealistic to rely on luck. In front of him was a mountain wall. It was the same on his right. It was 30 to 40 meters tall, vertical, and covered in wet moss. It was difficult to climb. On his left was a cliff. Chenzong got closer to take a look. It was 100 meters tall. If he jumped down, he would become a meat patty. Behind him were the 12 ironback green wolves. With his back against the mountain wall, Chenzong slowly moved his feet. His eyes were as sharp as swords, staring at the ironback green wolves that had stopped running and were closing in on him in a fan-shaped circle. Monsters had a certain level of intelligence, and the ironback green wolves were even more cunning. There's no way out. Then I won't retreat. If I fight with my life on the line, I might still have a chance to survive. Chenzong thought to himself. The ruthless formula was not only to be ruthless to the enemy, but also to oneself. The 12 ironback green wolves closed in step by step, bringing more and more pressure to Chenzong. Chenzong also slowly paced back and forth, adjusting his aura. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Under this kind of pressure, the true sword sky supreme skill circulated faster than usual. Chenzong's gaze swept over the 12 ironback green wolves. His body slowly moved to the intersection of the 2 mountain walls. This way, he would have to face fewer attacks at the same time. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a depression on the left side of the mountain wall. The inside of the depression was flat and unnaturally formed. Moreover, its shape gave Chenzong a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Chenzong thought of the black iron piece he got after defeating the serpent men. Wasn't its shape very similar to the depression on the mountain wall? A glimmer of hope emerged from the bottom of his heart. While staring at the 12 ironback green wolves, he held the sword in his right hand and unwrapped the bag with his left hand. He took out the black iron piece from the bag and pressed the irregularly triangular black iron piece into the depression. It matched. It matched perfectly. A burst of surprise hit Chenzong's heart. However, he did not dare to let his guard down because of this. He took a deep breath and calmed down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Nothing happened. Is it just a coincidence? Chenzong could not help but think to himself, looks like I really have to fight with my life on the line. His eyes became even colder. At this moment, the mountain wall inlaid with the black iron piece shook slightly. A dull, ear-piercing sound rang out. That mountain wall directly split inwards, revealing a half-meter wide and 2 meters high hole. Without any hesitation, Chenzong flashed and immediately got into the hole. The 12 ironback green wolves ran wildly and chased after him. However, the hole closed again. The 12 ironback green wolves could only howl angrily, but there was nothing they could do. What is this place? As soon as he entered the hole, Chenzong looked around. However, it was pitch black. Chenzong quickly took out a fire starter and broke it. The flame burned brightly and gradually became stronger. The light of the fire lit up the surrounding area, allowing Chenzong to see clearly. With one hand holding the sword and the other holding the fire starter, Chenzong walked forward slowly. On the left and right sides were flat walls, like a passage to a secret room. There was also a brazier hanging on the wall. There was only some animal fat paste left in the brazier, which was usually used to light the fire. Chapter 53. The air was dry. Although no one had entered for many years, it was not difficult to breathe. Chenzong looked around with the help of the light from the brazier. He was very surprised. After walking a few meters through the passageway, they entered a stone room. Yes, the surrounding walls were made of dark green, smooth, and large stones. The stone room was about 10 meters wide and 5 meters tall. Chen Zong's gaze quickly swept across the room and landed in the middle of the room. He was immediately attracted. It was a dark blue stone table. Behind the table sat a figure in a brown robe. "Senior." Chen Zong tried to call out, but there was no response. He walked a few steps closer to take a closer look and was shocked. The person sitting there was a dried corpse. He did not know how long he had been dead. Behind the dried corpse, there was a row of bookshelves. Hundreds of books were neatly arranged. In front of the dried corpse there was also something on the stone table. Chen Zong was very careful. After making sure there were no traps, he walked to the stone table and stared at the things on it. There were 5 rolls of paper made of animal skin. One of them was spread open. It was full of small black words. Beside it was a writing brush and an ink stone with dried black ink. "I, Su Jingji, am known by the world as the dragon-slaying immortal." Chen Zong looked carefully at the black words. It was a will. The more Chen Zong read, the more shocked and excited he became. The dragon-slaying immortal, Su Jingji, was a warrior more powerful than the family elders. Chen Zong already knew that above the blood chi realm was the energy training realm, and above the energy training realm was the true martial realm. This dragon-subduing spiritual master was not only a true martial realm expert, but also one who stood at the peak of the true martial realm. Peak of the genuine martial realm. Chen Zong was excited. In the entire Fengwu city, the training realm was the strongest. The genuine martial realm was like a legend. He did not expect to meet a genuine martial realm warrior, even though he was already a dried corpse. There are 5 scrolls on the table. 2 of them are the cultivation methods and martial arts that I have practiced all my life. 2 of them are the cultivation methods and prescriptions left behind by the owner of this stone room. One of them is a map that I have drawn. Fated person, you can perform the ceremony of becoming my disciple and receive my cultivation methods and martial arts inheritance. Apprenticeship? Chen Zong thought for a while and rejected the idea. Su Jingji, the dragon-slaying sage, was indeed a powerful warrior who stood at the peak of the entire eastern continent. If such a powerful warrior wanted to recruit a disciple, as long as the news spread, it would immediately attract countless geniuses, and they would fight to the death. The reason why Chen Zong didn't want to be his disciple was very clear. Dragon-slaying immortal didn't practice swordsmanship. According to the will, dragon-slaying immortal was good at palm techniques, but Chen Zong had no intention of abandoning his sword to practice palm techniques. Of course, it was not impossible for him to practice palm techniques at the same time. If you don't want to be my disciple, please bring my cultivation methods and martial arts to the genuine martial main city and give them to the descendants of the Su family. As a reward, you can freely read and practice the cultivation methods and martial arts that I have left behind. But remember, other than you and the descendants of the Su family, you cannot pass them on. There was a lot of content in the will. Chen Zong read it very carefully, and it took him a long time to finish reading it. Genuine martial main city, Chen Zong was no longer the rookie who had just left Little Lake Town, and he knew more about the eastern continent. On the eastern continent there were 5 main cities. Genuine martial main city was the center, and Fengwu city was only one of the satellite cities under ultimate martial main city. The fact that the Su family could take root in genuine martial main city, which was the center of the 5 main cities, showed that they were extraordinary. The will also stated that this stone room was not built by dragon-slaying immortal, but he found it by chance. Perhaps it was left behind by a predecessor, and there were no cultivation methods or martial arts. There were only more than 100 miscellaneous books and 2 volumes of cultivation methods and prescriptions on the bookshelf. He said that he wanted to break into the 100 Beasts Mountain and leave the eastern continent to go to a wider world according to legend, but he was defeated by a powerful demon beast and was injured. He was chased into Dragon-Slaying Mountain and knew that he did not have much time left to return to his family, so he came to this stone room, left behind his cultivation methods and martial arts, and wrote his will. At the end of the will, the date was 336 years, which meant that dragon-slaying immortal had been dead for 60 years. Chernzong was the only fated person in these 60 years. My luck is not bad, Chernzong said to himself with a smile. He picked up the first volume of Animal Parchment and opened it to read carefully. There were 4 cultivation methods in this volume. The dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for blood chi refinement. No matter who practiced it, they could at least refine their blood chi 4 times. The minor dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the chi and blood realm. There were 5 levels in total. When one reached the 4th level, they could condense a dragon-slaying incantation in their body. The great dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the chi refining realm. It was known for its ferocity and power. The great dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the true force realm. It was ferocious and domineering, capable of slaying dragons and tigers. Chernzong could understand the content of dragon-slaying incantation, but he could not understand the great dragon-slaying incantation and great dragon-slaying incantation. The mysteries of the earth-level and heaven-level cultivation methods were far beyond his current cultivation level and martial arts accumulation. However, this did not stop Chernzong from being excited. It is indeed powerful. If I did not already have the true sword skill, I would have definitely practiced this dragon-slaying incantation, Chernzong thought to himself. Obviously, the true sword skill was better than the dragon-slaying incantation. However, the dragon-slaying incantation had one advantage, which was that it had a complete continuation of the cultivation method in the same vein. Only when the cultivation method was in the same vein could the power cultivated be purer. He rolled up the incantation and unfolded another one. This one was a martial art. The minor dragon-slaying incantation was a foundation establishment martial art. It had 8 forms, the same as the true sword 8 forms. When it was mastered, it could exercise 80% of the body, which was the same as the true sword 8 forms. Chernzong was amazed. Until now, he had never seen a foundation establishment martial art that was comparable to the true sword 8 forms. The forms of the minor dragon-slaying incantation were ferocious and powerful, capable of splitting stones. Chernzong carefully studied them. In the end, Chernzong came to a conclusion. Although the minor dragon-slaying incantation was comparable to the true sword 8 forms, its power was still inferior to the true sword 8 forms. Even if the minor dragon-slaying incantation was cultivated to the imperceptible realm, the most powerful force it could unleash was only comparable to the first stage of the inferior human rank martial art. There was still a significant gap between it and the strongest move of the true sword 8 forms. This made Chernzong even more curious about the true sword 8 forms. Where did it come from? Next, it was the superior human rank martial art, the great dragon-slaying incantation. The cultivation of the great dragon-slaying incantation required the minor dragon-slaying incantation as the foundation. There were 3 stages in total. Its power was ferocious and unparalleled. It was many times more powerful than the minor dragon-slaying incantation. How terrifying! Chernzong gasped. There was no superior human rank martial art in the entire Fengwu city. Next, it was the 3rd martial art, the earth rank upper dragon-slaying incantation. Finally, the 4th martial art, the heaven rank medium dragon-slaying incantation. Each of them used the previous one as their foundation, and each of them was stronger and more domineering than the previous one. Moreover, Only by using the cultivation method of the dragon-subduing lineage to drive the martial arts of the dragon-subduing lineage could its power be unleashed to the extreme. Of course, starting from the great dragon-subduing hand, if there was no cultivation method of the dragon-subduing lineage to drive it, not only would its power be greatly reduced, it would even harm the body. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fond of the sword and sword techniques, his will would have been shaken and he would have abandoned the sword to accept the inheritance of the dragon-subduing technique. Just think about it. With such a complete martial arts inheritance, as long as one was talented enough and worked hard enough, it was almost certain that one could step into the true martial realm in the future. There was even a chance that one could step into the peak of the true martial realm and become a super powerhouse standing at the peak of the Eastern continent. However, there was no doubt that it was another immortal dragon slayer. Unfortunately, my ambition lies elsewhere. I want to use the sword in my hand to carve out a new path, Chen Zong said to himself. Chen Zong had no idea where the mysterious sword tip came from, but he felt that it was definitely more precious than the inheritance of dragon-slaying immortal. Putting aside his personal preference, Chen Zong naturally chose the mysterious sword tip. Moreover, Chen Zong preferred to carve out his own path. This was a kind of desire and yearning. Perhaps in the end, his achievements would not be as great as that of dragon-slaying immortal, but at least he would not regret it. I digress. Let's take a look at the other 3 scrolls. Chen Zong shook his head and rolled up the martial arts hide paper again. He picked up the 3rd scroll and unfolded it. It was a prescription scroll. Ice and Fire Healing Ointment. Effect: Refined skin membrane ingredients. Ground cold grass, fire rock flower, 7-day white orchid, frost python blood essence, flaming tiger blood essence. Refining method. Usage method. The first prescription, from the effects to the ingredients to the refining method and usage method, was very detailed. There was no need to think about it at first glance. Tiger leopard tendons strengthening pill. Effect: Strengthens tendons and meridians. Ingredients: Fierce blood tiger bone glue, dark cloud leopard bone glue, tendon breaking grass. Refining method. Usage method. Thunder bone forging pill. Effect: Refine bones. Ingredients: Thunder grass, bone growing dragon vine, silver snake vine. Refining method. Usage method. There were 3 kinds of prescription scrolls in total, and they were very detailed. The higher the level of the true sword skill, the sharper the power of qi and blood. The more I practice, the more I need a strong enough body to support it. According to my estimation, with my current body strength, the 3rd level is enough to make me feel pain, and the 4th level will probably tear my body apart. Chen Zong's eyes shone with a sharp light. Many powerful skills often had higher requirements. After all, the strong power first acted on the user, and the user's body had to bear it. For example, dragon-slaying immortal's dragon-slaying art. Without a strong enough body, how could one bear the fierce power? These 3 prescriptions refine skin membrane, strengthen tendons and veins, and refine bones. They strengthen the body from the root, and make it have a higher endurance. This is exactly what I need. Chen Zong was secretly delighted. Compared with the skills and martial arts of dragon-slaying immortal, Chen Zong felt that these 3 prescriptions were more valuable. Of course, this was relative. Chen Zong rolled up the prescriptions and put them down. He picked up the 4th scroll and unfolded it. Body Forging Art. It was a very straightforward and easy to remember name, but it instantly attracted Chen Zong's great interest. Body forging art, as the name suggested, was a skill to refine the body. It was easy to understand. Starting from the first word of the text, Chen Zong carefully read on. As he read on, he couldn't help but become excited. This body tempering technique was actually a cultivation technique that complemented the 3 prescriptions. In other words, the existence of the 3 prescriptions was directly related to this body tempering technique. The body forging art was divided into 4 levels, and there was no indication of its level. The first level, copper skin, as the name suggested, would refine the skin membrane to the extreme, making it as hard as bronze. The second level, steel bar, would refine the tendons and veins to be as tough as steel. The third level, iron bone, would refine the bones to be as hard as steel. Chapter 54. What a strange martial art! Chen Zong thought to himself after reading the content and detailed annotations of the body forging art. For normal people, the arm strength of 1,000 kilograms was their limit. Since it was the limit, it was not easy to break it. Once it was broken, it would be another world. For example, monsters had a different bloodline and life essence than humans. Their physical limits were many times higher than humans. Therefore, their survival ability was stronger and their fighting ability was better. The first to third levels of this body tempering technique were the foundation. It tempered the skin, strengthened the muscles, and strengthened the bones, turning them into copper skin, steel, and iron bones. This allowed the user to have a stronger defense and resistance to attacks, as well as withstand stronger impacts. However, the user's strength, speed, and other aspects would not increase. For example, 1,000 kilograms of weight would be changed from wood to stone and then to steel. Only by mastering the fourth level of the mixed yuan body could one break the limits of the human body. The body forging art had a total of 9 forms, and each form had 9 variations. The first to third forms corresponded to the first level, the fourth to sixth forms corresponded to the second level, and the seventh to ninth forms corresponded to the third level. As for the fourth level, according to the book, one had to figure it out on their own. Chen Zong tried the first form. There were 9 variations, but he immediately felt the difficulty. He could barely finish it and felt like his skin was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. The body forging art was best practiced with the corresponding herb. Otherwise, one might not be able to master the first level even after a few years. After familiarizing himself with the first form, Chen Zong stopped practicing and looked at the last scroll. According to the Dragon Slam Immortal, this was the map he drew after he failed to break through the 100 Beast Mountain range. Chen Zong opened it and took a few glances. It was indeed very detailed. His emotions fluctuated. Is there really a wider world beyond the 100 Beast Mountain range? If there is, what does it look like? Chen Zong could not help but feel a sense of longing. He was just a Qi and Blood realm martial artist. He was far from the strength-refining realm, let alone the real martial realm. Even Dragon Slam Immortal, who was at the peak of the real martial realm, could not break through and died from serious injuries. However, an invisible seed had also been planted in Chen Zong's heart without him noticing it. Of the 5 animal skin scrolls, there were 2 scrolls of body forging technique and 2 scrolls of prescription. The handwriting was obviously different from the other 3 scrolls. It was not written by Dragon Slam Immortal. It seemed that it was left behind by the owner of this stone chamber, as he had said in his will. Putting down the animal skin map, Chen Zong glanced at the bookshelf in front of him and strode towards it. Books recorded all kinds of knowledge. Reading could help one accumulate knowledge and enrich oneself. The more books one read, the more obvious this experience would be. 132 books. Every book had a name. It seemed that they were not cultivation methods or martial arts, but miscellaneous books such as Demonic Beast Illustration, Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs, Painting of Mountains and Rivers, and so on. Chen Zong took in the names of all 132 books. Then, he took out a book called The Millennium Kingdom and started reading. The Millennium Kingdom recorded the kingdom era before the true martial era. At that time, there were 3 kingdoms in the Eastern Land: the White Python Kingdom, the Black Water Kingdom, and the Green Cloud Kingdom. The Eastern Land was divided into 3 kingdoms. The kingdoms were divided into royal families, aristocrats, and so on. As he read, Chen Zong understood why Yang Yigu had said that they were born in the true martial era. If they had been born in the kingdom era, they probably would not have been able to practice martial arts. This was because the cultivation methods and martial arts of the kingdom era were only mastered by the royal families and aristocrats. The commoners could only learn the martial arts of the foundation establishment stage at most. If one wanted to become a warrior, he or she had to join the kingdom army or sell himself to the royal families. Holding the Millennium Kingdom, Chen Zong read the words in the book. It was as if he had personally experienced the Three Kingdoms era. Maybe I can stay here and read all the books before leaving, Chen Zong thought to himself. Otherwise, he would not have brought all these books with him. It would be unrealistic. At most, he would have brought the 5 animal skin scrolls with him. Reading was important, but cultivation was more important. The stone room was not small. It could be used to cultivate the true sword sky supreme skill or sword arts. However, he needed food. He could not always rely on energy pills, not to mention that he only had a dozen energy pills left. Walking out of the stone room, he returned to the place where he had entered. Just like what was recorded in the dragon subduing immortal's will, he groped around. Sure enough, he felt a bulge. Pressing down hard, the door on the mountain wall opened again. Chen Zong looked outside. The 12 ironback blue wolves were nowhere to be seen. They might have left. His body flashed, and he passed through the door on the mountain wall. The door closed automatically, leaving no trace behind. Taking the black iron piece and putting it in his arms, Chen Zong walked around to look for food. Wild fruits, puddles, and demon beasts became Chen Zong's food sources. Time passed slowly as he cultivated and read every day. His cultivation mainly focused on the true sword sky supreme skill and sword arts. Occasionally, he would also meditate on the lesser dragon subduing hand. This did not require a specific cultivation method to activate. The mysterious sword tip could also improve the cultivation of the lesser dragon subduing hand. However, Chen Zong could feel that compared to sword arts, it was always slower. After practicing 50 times in one day, he reached the entry level of the lesser dragon subduing hand. In the stone room, the firelight was shining brightly. Chen Zong was sitting on a stone chair, reading a new book called 10 Years of Darkness. As for the body of the dragon subduing immortal, Chen Zong had already taken it outside and buried it. 10 Years of Darkness recorded the 10 years when the Three Kingdoms were on the verge of destruction under the attack of countless demon beasts. Half human, half demon beast. Chen Zong focused his eyes on the 5 words. The image of the snake man whose arm he had cut off flashed across his mind. The demon beast's attack and the kingdom's destruction, could it be directly related to those half-human, half-demon beasts? After reading the book, Chen Zong fell into deep thought. There was too little information, and it was not clear enough. After pondering for a while, Chen Zong got up and walked out with his sword. It was time to practice sword arts. Reading 5 books a day took almost 2 hours. This was the limit of what Chen Zong could squeeze out every day. On one side of the mountain was a cliff. Chen Zong came here every day to practice sword art. Day after day, he welcomed the morning sun and sent away the sunset glow. First, he practiced the tiger strength fist art to warm up. Then, he practiced the lesser dragon subduing hand 10 times. After that, he practiced the residual shadow sword art, the willow sword art, the eagle strike sword art, the thunderbolt sword art, the true sword 8 forms, and finally the diffraction sword art. After taking turns, the morning passed. In the afternoon, he read a book first, then practiced the true sword skill to familiarize himself with the movements of the body forging technique. After dinner, he practiced sword arts, then read a book. Before going to bed, he practiced a few more times. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The weather on Mount Fulong was ever-changing. One moment it would be sunny with the sun shining high in the sky. The next moment, it would be overcast with dark clouds and strong winds, followed by thunder and torrential rain. After watching the lightning and listening to the thunder several times, the Flash Thunder Sword technique also found an opportunity to reach the realm of intricacy. Its power was obviously better than the other three sword techniques. At night, outside the stone room on the mountain wall, there was a storm, lightning, and thunder. However, inside the stone room, it was quiet and peaceful. The firelight flickered gently. Chunzong was reading a book. Day after day, there were fewer and fewer books that Chunzong didn't read. He accumulated more knowledge in history, geography, traveling, demon beasts, herbs, martial arts, and other aspects. His cultivation was still at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Although he had the Beast Blood Pill, Crimson Blood Pill, and the 2nd level of the True Sword skill, which greatly increased his cultivation speed, the gap between the 5th level and the 6th level was still not small. I wonder if I can raise my cultivation to the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm before the Wind Martial City Battle of Heroes this year? Chunzong thought to himself after reading the book in his hand. Previously, he had set a goal for himself to raise his cultivation to the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm before the age of 18. Then, he would participate in the Wind Martial City Battle of Heroes and obtain a place in the top 100. From there, he would be accepted into the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. However, as he cultivated, he unexpectedly refined his blood qi 7 times. His potential seemed to have been further unearthed. He also obtained the True Sword skill, which was a cultivation technique that surpassed the supreme grade of the human level. His cultivation speed was even faster. Coupled with some other factors, he had achieved what he had now. Now, he was not even 17 years old. Collecting his thoughts, Chunzong placed the book back on the bookshelf. He walked to an empty space in the stone room and drew his sword to practice his sword technique. After practicing his sword technique, he put down his sword and assumed the starting stance of the Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand. When he struck out with his palm, there seemed to be a dragon's roar that reverberated in the stone room. He persisted in practicing a little every day. Now, the Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand had also reached the Minor Accomplishment realm. After practicing the Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand 10 times and practicing the first 3 stances of the Body Forging technique, Chunzong felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. It was very painful, but he endured it. Without the ice and fire lightning membrane ointment, Chunzong also felt that his skin seemed to have become more resilient after more than 10 days of cultivation. He blew out the fire and slept on the ground. The stone room was warm, so it was not a problem. The next day, he woke up on time and opened the door. The storm had stopped, but the sky was still dark. Chunzong rinsed his mouth and washed his face with water. The cool mountain breeze blew, refreshing him. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked ahead. The dark clouds had condensed into a large area. It seemed as if they were frozen, but also as if they were still sleeping. The sky was still dark. After warming up with the Tiger Power Fist technique, he drew his sword and practiced. He practiced each of the sword techniques 10 times, then practiced the diffraction sword technique. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword gleams shone instantly. 4 of them turned into shadows and merged with the other 4, causing the 4 sword gleams to become even brighter. In an instant, another 2 sword gleams seemed to be extremely bright. They turned into shadows and merged with the other 2 sword gleams, causing the power of the last 2 sword gleams to increase explosively. Chi. The moss on the mountain wall was cut open, leaving behind 2 straight sword marks that were more than 2 meters long. The diffraction shadowless technique had reached the Minor Accomplishment realm. Each time he used it, more than 30% of his Qi and Blood realm level 5 Qi and Blood energy would be consumed. Its power was indeed domineering. 1 slash was enough to split the steelback green wolf in half. The dark clouds formed a sea. As if they had slept enough, they woke up and rolled over. As the sea of dark clouds rolled over, the sleeping sky seemed to be awakened as well. A faint light appeared and moved from stillness to movement. The blocked sunlight shone through a small gap like a sword gleam, falling on the sea of clouds, the grass, the cliff, and Chen Zong's face. When the sunlight fell on his eyes, the light seemed to shine through his pupils and into his brain, dispelling a trace of haze and breaking a bottleneck. Chapter 55. A feeble cry for support, floating light in the sky. Sea of clouds, light and shadow, alternating, vanishing. The sea of clouds rolled over, and the sun shone from the sky, penetrating through the gaps between the clouds. It was like a divine light from beyond the sky, eternal and everlasting. The sea of clouds was like the fog in Chen Zong's mind, and the sky light was like a sharp sword that shattered the fog. Countless insights emerged one after another. Light, shadow. The two depend on each other. Sky, light. Sea of clouds, time after time of cultivation, time after time of life and death battles, time after time of accumulation. The accumulation finally broke through the last shackle. A scorching sun leaped out from the sea of clouds, shining brightly. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. It was as casual as a stab or a chop. The power of his physique and the power of his qi and blood surged explosively, pouring into the sword. All the brilliance of his life. The precious iron sword emitted an extremely strong light, like the scorching sun that tore through the clouds. It was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In an instant it flashed and turned into an extreme shadow, as if it escaped into the air, and its trajectory was difficult to distinguish. Then, as if the floating light in the sky and the sea of clouds alternated and vanished. When the sky light and the sea of clouds dissipated, there was a straight sword mark on the mountain wall in front of him. It was more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. Such power! Chen Zong was dumbfounded. He stared at the 3-meter-long sword mark and sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this sword is much stronger than the initial level of shadowless dispersion. Perhaps, even the advanced level of shadowless dispersion cannot compare with it. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that told him with certainty that if he could further improve this sword, its power would be comparable to the ultimate level of shadowless dispersion. This is the so-called realm of true secrets? Other than this, Chen Zong couldn't find any other explanation, because he knew very well that the sword he just swung was derived from the residual shadow swordsmanship. When he reached the pinnacle of imperceptible subtlety, when he cultivated and comprehended time and time again, when he saw the light of the sky and the sea of clouds by chance, all the accumulated knowledge exploded in an instant. It was as if a divine sword had pierced through the sky and shattered the haze, becoming transparent. Epiphany! At this point, he finally understood what Li Zhenshi had said about the realm of truth. The true arcana realm can indeed be considered a realm above the arcana realm, but it can also be considered not. If we compare the afterimage sword art to a sword, the beginner stage to the advanced stage is to find a way to come into contact with the sword. The perfection stage is to temporarily borrow the sword from someone else. The intricate stage is to make the sword your own. Chen Zong had a clear mind. Then, the true secret realm is to refine the sword and reforge it with other precious materials, making it truly and completely belong to you from the very beginning. No, that's not enough. Apart from that, the true secret realm is not only a representation of a superior realm, but also a brand new move, a secret skill. This sword is born out of the afterimage sword art. This sword is formed by comprehending the light of the sky and the sea of clouds. This sword is the intertwined interpretation of light and shadow. So, this sword is called the Sword of Light and Cloud Shadow, true secret realm? The Sword of Light and Cloud Shadow. Chen Zong smiled from the bottom of his heart. In his heart, there was a heavy and indescribable sense of satisfaction. Tiger Power Fist Art, Afterimage Sword Art, Willow Sword Art, Eagle Strike Sword Art, Lightning Sword Art, 8 moves of real sword, lesser dragon subduing hand, diffraction sword art. The number of martial arts I've cultivated should be much more than my peers. But only the sword of light and cloud shadow is my own, a martial art that truly belongs to me. My sword art. A strong sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Chen Zong took a deep breath and couldn't help laughing out loud. He was only a teenager under 17 years old, so there was no need for him to pretend to be mature. The sword art of the true secret realm in the Foundation establishment martial arts is as powerful as a martial art of the inferior class of the human rank. It's really terrifying, but it consumes too much energy. The sword art just now had consumed 70% of Chen Zong's physical strength and qi and blood, so he couldn't use it a second time. The great power consumed a lot of energy, but it wasn't unacceptable. It could only be said that this true secret sword art couldn't be used as an ordinary means of fighting, but as the most powerful killing move. The execution of the Foundation establishment martial arts consumes physical strength. The execution of the inferior class martial arts consumes physical strength and qi and blood. The execution of the true secret realm consumes both physical strength and qi and blood. It's really strange. After running the real sword skill to recover his qi and blood, and waiting for his physical strength to recover, Chen Zong held the sword hilt with his right hand and held the sword horizontally in front of him. He stared at the mountain wall and concentrated on accumulating power. He got rid of all distracting thoughts, and his eyes became extremely sharp. His breathing became long and slow, and then became faintly discernible. The mountain wind blew, making a whistling sound. When it reached Chen Zong, it seemed to be affected by an inexplicable aura and became gently brushing against his body and hair. Whoosh! A low shout seemed to come from the horizon. His right arm shook, and the long sword turned into a beam of strong light. He waved it out instantly, and the light disappeared, turning into a shadow, and then into light and shadow, covering a few meters in front of him, making it impossible to look at directly. When the light and shadow disappeared, the long sword went back into the sheath, as if it had never been out of the sheath. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was a straight sword mark. It was more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. His physical strength and qi and blood were consumed again by 80%, and he had to recover again. After recovering, Chen Zong performed it for the 3rd time, and then he recovered and performed it again. After a whole morning, he had waved the sword more than 10 times, and there were more than 10 straight sword marks on the mountain wall, which were more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. Unknowingly, his understanding of the sky light cloud shadow sword had deepened, and he had perfected it. On the 21st day since he came to the stone room, there were even fewer books left on the bookshelf. Chen Zong would spend part of his time every day to practice the sky light cloud shadow sword. The more he practiced, the deeper his understanding became, and he gradually grasped the control of his power. As he waved the sword, the light and shadow intertwined and disappeared, leaving a 3-meter-long sword mark on the mountain wall, and it was 1.5 fingers deep. This sword strike is even more powerful than the minor a shadowless light, but I don't know if it can be compared to the complete a shadowless light. I have consumed about 40% of my physical strength and qi and blood. Chen Zong didn't know if the martial arts of the true secret realm had different levels, and if there was a difference in realms. He could only determine its power, but it was made up of 2 aspects. One was the understanding of the essence of the sky light cloud shadow sword, which was the understanding of light and shadow, and then further perfected the sword art. The other was the amount of power consumed. The more power consumed, the more powerful the sky light cloud shadow sword would be, and vice versa. With this understanding, the martial arts of the true secret realm had no upper limit. Theoretically, it was a kind of martial arts that could be improved infinitely. However, the martial arts of the Foundation realm and the martial arts of the true secret realm all had their limit. Once the limits were reached, No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would be restrained. After understanding this, Chernzong paid more attention to the sky light cloud shadow sword. He also tried to comprehend other sword arts, to see if he could surpass the limits like the shadow sword art, and comprehend the true secret realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have any clue. Comprehension was closely related to daily accumulations and sudden opportunities. None of them could be missing, so Chernzong didn't force it. Concentrating, Chernzong activated all the power in his body and unleashed it. Chernzong swung his sword at the mountain wall. This was the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. This sword was infused with 100% of his physique and chi and blood power. This was Chernzong's most powerful strike. He wanted to see how powerful it was. The light and shadow crisscrossed and directly covered 5 meters in front of him. After the light and shadow faded, Chernzong's face was pale and he was gasping for breath, as if he had used too much strength to stand. Even though he was exhausted, his eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was a sword mark that was more than 4 meters long and 2.5 fingers deep. It was a ghastly sight. With such power, I wonder if it can hurt a lower LV2 demonic beast? Chernzong thought to himself. An ordinary Class 2 inferior grade demonic beast was already stronger than an ordinary Chi Blood Realm martial artist. The difference between a Chi Blood Realm martial artist and a Chi Blood Realm martial artist was even greater than the difference between a Chi Blood Realm martial artist and a Chi Blood Realm martial artist. Demonic beasts had stronger physiques, stronger defenses, and more vigorous vitality. Naturally, it was more difficult to kill them. Without trying, Chernzong could not make a judgment. If he succeeded, he would be exhausted. If he encountered other demonic beasts, he would die. If he failed, he would also die. He was not stupid enough to seek his own death. After recovering his stamina and vitality, he would cultivate other sword technique. The 22nd day, the 23rd day, the 24th day. As time passed, there were only a few books left unread. On the 26th day, there were only 2 books left unread. Chernzong did not intend to ruin his plan. He would read them tomorrow. In front of the cliff, Chernzong practiced his sword. Dispersing light and shadowless. The 8 streaks of sword light turned into 4 streaks, then into 2 streaks, and finally into 1. It was extremely powerful. It directly slashed into the mountain wall, leaving a 3-meter-long and 1.5-finger-thick sword mark. 60% of his chi and blood energy had been consumed. This sword technique had reached the great mastery of dispersing light and shadowless. Its power was on par with the sky light and cloud shadow sword that had consumed 40% of his physique and vitality. He sheathed his sword and cultivated the lesser dragon subduing hand. Palm after palm slapped out, the palm strikes were ferocious, overbearing, and peerlessly ferocious. They blasted onto the mountain wall, shattered the moss, and left behind numerous shallow palm prints. Over and over again, he struck out the last palm. His back shook like a dragon as he transmitted his power explosively. It bombarded the mountain wall. With a bang, the palm print caved in. The great mastery of the lesser dragon subduing hand. The 27th day. Chernzong finished reading the last 2 books and gently placed them back. He stood in front of the bookshelf and scanned through the book. The contents of the 132 books were deeply imprinted in his mind. "It's time to go," he muttered to himself and walked to the stone table. He looked at the 5 animal parchments. Initially, Chernzong had decided to take them with him when he left. However, he changed his mind. It was safer to leave them here than to take them with him. After all, he was only a small vitality realm martial artist. He carried his bag and walked out of the stone room. Outside the stone room, Chernzong took down the black metal piece. He looked at the mountain wall that was like a hole. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The longer he stayed here, the more reluctant he was to leave. This place was great. Every day, he would read books, practice his sword, and enjoy the scenery. His life was carefree and his mind was pure. Chapter 56. Thanks to cold and aloof Mu Xiaojing for the tip. She is the author of Pure Bird Reporter, ranked 8th on the monthly votes list. According to reliable sources, she is a beautiful girl. The sword gleamed with white light. A monster fell to the ground, dead. Chernzong dug out the monster's horn and put it in his bag. He looked up and could vaguely see the outline of a city in the distance. I've finally seen it. Chernzong revealed a smile. He had stayed in the mountains for more than a month. He was about to turn into a savage. Chernzong's heart was like an arrow. He walked quickly. Although he did not use the wind stepping steps, every step he took contained some of the wind stepping steps mysteries. His footsteps were like the wind, his body was light, and his speed was faster. The lower he went, the lower the chances of encountering a monster. Even if he did, it would be a low-grade level 1 monster. They could not withstand Chernzong's sword. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. After a short rest, Chernzong walked out of the forest and quickly ran in the direction of the city. As he stepped onto the main road, Chernzong was sure that the city in front of him was Martial Wind City. He had walked this road a few times and had a deep impression of it. There were not many pedestrians on the main road. Most of them were cultivators. Some were alone, exuding a shocking baleful aura. Some were in groups of 3 to 5. Some were like Chernzong, who had just come down from the mountain, and some were just leaving the city to enter the mountain. 6 figures walked in front of him. When they passed by Chernzong, one of them suddenly stopped. "Stop right there!" An angry voice rang out. "I've finally met you. Capture him for me." Chernzong looked back. The person who spoke was familiar. It was the person he met in front of the Martial Proof Tower when he participated in the Tangjun Luo Shenglong assembly. He was the young master of some gang who was blocked outside by the Tang family guard. The 2 young men beside the young master of the Drizzle gang immediately flanked Chernzong from both sides with hideous smiles on their faces. Chernzong could sense a trace of vitality fluctuation from their bodies. They were not stronger than him, so they should be at level 4 or level 5 of the Qi and Blood realm. It was the same for the young master. The other 3 had stronger vitality fluctuations, so they should be at level 6 of the Qi and Blood realm. In the distance there were other martial artists passing by. They only watched and had no intention of interfering. "Stop!" With a flash of sword light, Chernzong's eyes turned cold. "You still dare to resist? Capture him. I'll break his arms and legs and throw him into the mountains to feed the demonic beasts," the young master of the Drizzle gang said with a ferocious smile. 2 Qi and Blood Realm level 5 sect members burst forth with speed, attacking from the left and right. Their hands formed into claws that tore through the air, viciously grabbing at Chernzong's shoulders. Chernzong's body swayed slightly, causing the 2 claws to miss. His long sword trembled slightly and instantly slapped the faces of the 2 faction members. They were directly sent flying, their cheeks immediately swollen. "This is a warning. If you come again, I'll kill you without mercy." Chernzong's voice was resolute. There was no big conflict or hatred between them, and he did not want to kill them. However, if they did not heed his warning and insisted on attacking, then there was no need to hold back. "Trash, the 2 of you go too." The young master of the Drizzle gang had an ugly expression on his face. He cursed angrily and said to the 2 Qi and Blood Realm level 6 sect members beside him. The 2 of them immediately dashed forward. One of them unsheathed his saber and slashed at Chernzong from a strange angle. The other person's legs were like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, making whooshing sounds. The 2 Qi and Blood Realm level 5 sect members, whose faces were swollen from being slapped, attacked again. Their claws were even more vicious. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong's brows relaxed, but a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. With a low growl, his sword light flashed. It was like the screech of an eagle, but also like the rolling thunder. The sword light split into 4 and went for the 4 of them. The 2 Chi and Blood Realm 6th-stage martial artists dodged and counterattacked, but the 2 Chi and Blood Realm 5th-stage martial artists were unable to react in time. Their throats were pierced, and they died in a single strike. Kill him! The young master of the Drizzle Gang had a drastic change in expression as he screamed. The middle-aged man beside him was furious. The long saber slashed down, the saber light was dazzling, the sound of the saber was sharp, it made people's scalp tingle. His legs were like the howling wind, rolling up dust and sand. It was obvious that they were both low-class mortal realm martial art. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp. He saw through the flaws in their bladesmanship and leg techniques at a glance. Both of them had only reached the initial level of the first stage of martial art. His footsteps shifted, and his body moved like the wind. He avoided the kick and faced the saber directly. He drew his sword. Swift sword style. The sword light condensed into a single line. It was incomparably dazzling, and one could not look directly at it. The speed of the sword was also extremely fast. It pierced through the air, and 4 consecutive sword strikes were launched. The tip of the sword continuously tapped on the flaws of the saber technique, shattering the saber light. The 5th sword arrived. Following a slight gap, it pierced through the throat at a speed that the other party could not react to, leaving behind a dark red spot. What? The big man beside the young master of the Drizzle Gang widened his eyes in disbelief. He could feel the fluctuation of chi and blood from the other party. He was at the 5th stage of the chi and blood realm. How could he kill a martial artist at the 6th stage of the chi and blood realm so easily? Could it be that he was a genius from some force? The continuous breakthroughs in the realm of the sword technique, the numerous close calls between life and death, the progress of his cultivation technique, and so on, all of these had led to the improvement of Chen Zong's strength. From the beginning, he could barely fight against a martial artist at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm, to the point where he could easily kill a martial artist at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. Explosive sword style. The sword was like a giant cannon bombardment. It was unstoppable. The wind brought about by the kick was torn apart. The attack went straight ahead, destroying everything in its path. The power of this sword was even more powerful than the scattered shadow strike. Even a martial artist at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm would not be able to resist it, let alone when the opponent's flaws were found. The sword pierced through the heart and through the back. In just a few breaths, 2 martial artists at the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm and 2 martial artists at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm were all killed by Chen Zong. The young master of the Drizzle Gang was horrified. He pointed at Chen Zong and said to the last person beside him, "Ah San, kill him." "Young master, this person might be a genius from some clan," the middle-aged man said with a serious face. The Drizzle Gang was just a small gang in Martial Wind City. The highest cultivation base was the gang leader, who was at the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. If he was placed in the 5 major clans, he would at most be at the level of a deacon. Compared to the giants of the 3 wealthy clans and 5 major clans, he was not much different from an ant. If the other party was really a genius disciple from some major clan, killing him would bring disaster to the Drizzle Gang. "Ah San, you're a guard sent by my father to protect me. How dare you disobey my orders?" The young master of the Drizzle Gang said sternly. "Yes, young master." Ah San's expression kept changing. In the end, he responded and strode toward Chen Zong. He channeled his vitality force and circulated it in his body. A powerful aura spread out. 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. Chen Zong's face was serious. "You can only blame yourself for offending the young master." Ah San walked toward Chen Zong step by step and pulled out the black iron rod from his waist. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, giving Chen Zong more pressure. Then, he suddenly exploded and took a step forward. The black iron rod smashed out fiercely like a falling meteor. The momentum was shocking. The wind howled and the pressure came. Chen Zong could only feel that he could not breathe. 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. I'll use you to test the power of the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword, Chen Zong thought to himself. His vitality, force, and physique exploded instantly. There was also a so-called young master. Therefore, Chen Zong dared not and could not use all of his strength. 80%. The light was so strong that it seemed to fall from the sky and covered 4 meters in front of him. Shadows filled the air. The light and shadow intertwined, causing the 7th stage Qi and Blood Realm martial artist's eyes to turn white. It was as if he had been pierced by needles. He could not see anything and lost his target. The rod was still smashing down fiercely, but it missed. Before he could react, a sharp pain spread from his chest to his entire body. He felt as if his body had been cut in half. The light and shadow disappeared. The young master of the Drizzle Gang saw a corpse lying in a pool of blood. It was his guard, Ah San. There was a slanted sword mark on his chest, almost cutting his body in half. You killed Ah San. The young master of the Drizzle Gang was scared out of his wit. This guard was the one he relied on the most. He could not believe that he had been killed with a single strike. Seeing Chen Zong walking toward him step by step with a murderous aura, his face turned pale. I still want to kill you, Chen Zong said. He endured the discomfort of using up 80% of his strength and quickened his pace. Since he had already killed 5, he did not mind killing one more. Moreover, he was the main culprit. Don't come over. The young master of the Drizzle Gang was scared out of his wit. He was only at 4th stage Qi and Blood Realm. Even Ah San, who was at 7th stage Qi and Blood Realm, was killed. How could he be a match for Chen Zong? I'm the young master of the Drizzle Gang. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. I'm Chen Zong. You should have heard of this name before. Chen Zong curled his lips and smiled. As expected, the young master's expression changed drastically when he heard his name. Chen Zong from the Chen family. True sword Chen Zong from the Four-Wind martial artists. The young master of the Drizzle Gang was trembling. You shouldn't have provoked me, Chen Zong said. He took a step forward and closed in on the young master of the Drizzle Gang who was retreating. His precious iron sword flashed like a bolt of lightning across the sky. Sheathing his sword, the young master of the Drizzle Gang's eyes were filled with fear. There was a dark red spot on his throat and blood flowed out. Killed in one strike. After killing the enemy, it was time to collect the spoils of war. From these 6 people, Chen Zong found a total of 1,000 in cash notes, 3 purple jade coins, 5 red jade coins, and 50 white jade coins. There were also more than 20 energy pills, 7 beast blood pills, and some dry rations. Most of them were from the young master of the Drizzle Gang. The dry rations were useless to Chen Zong, so he threw them away and kept the rest. Taking out 2 energy pills and 1 beast blood pill, Chen Zong quickly recovered his physical strength and vitality. He quickly walked in the direction of the Wind Martial City. Only a few people saw this battle. It didn't take long from the beginning to the end, but the result was very shocking. It's actually the true sword Chen Zong. I didn't expect it to be him. His strength is too terrifying. He could actually kill a Qi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artist with one strike. It's unbelievable. I remember that Chen Zong broke through to Qi and Blood Realm level 4 less than a year ago. Could it be that his cultivation has already reached Qi and Blood Realm level 7? Definitely not. The strength of his aura when he unleashed his vitality is at most level 6. The one who was killed is the only son of the Drizzle Gang's master. This is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Chen Zong is a disciple of the Chen family, and he's also one of the 4 young Ing of the Wind Martial City. Comparing the Drizzle gang to the Chun family is like comparing a kitten to a fierce tiger. How would they dare to provoke him? These 6 people died in vain. Chapter 57. As he stepped into the clan hall, Chun Zong sensed that the atmosphere was a little different. It was as if there was a heavier atmosphere. It was as if there was a sense of urgency. As he walked to the underground courtyard, he met some disciples of the clan hall. They looked at him with surprise, then shock. Brother Chun Zong. When he reached the house, a voice came from behind him. The voice was trembling, as if it was filled with surprise and excitement. Brother Chun Zong. Chun Zong turned around and smiled. Brother, it's really you. You're still alive. That's great. You're still alive. Chun Zong was so excited that he was incoherent. The elders went to the mountain to look for you, but they couldn't find you. They all thought you died in Mount Fulong. I'm still alive, Chun Zong said with certainty with a smile. Chun Zong also slowly calmed down. Let's go to the main hall to see the elders. Chun Zong grabbed Chun Zong's sleeve and said hurriedly, Brother, there's no hurry. I'll put the things away first. Chun Zong waved the big bag on his body. Fortunately, the key to the house was not lost. Chun Zong walked to the main hall of the clan hall with Chun Zong. As Chun Zong spoke, Chun Zong's expression was cold and solemn, and his heart was heavy. He didn't expect the losses to be so severe after being separated that day. But perhaps it was within his expectations. The Chun family iron guards were indeed very strong, and so was the elder in charge of the mine camp. However, there were too many monsters. In the end, a 3rd-level monster appeared, and its strength was even more terrifying. However, that elder and 30 of the Chun clan's iron guards had lost their lives because of this. Chun Xiaojie had lost an arm, and 4 of the clan hall's disciples had gone missing. Currently, he was the only one who had returned. The other 3 were in a place like Mount Fulong. What about the mine now? Chun Zong asked. It's said that the iron guards have returned to guard it and continue mining, Chun Zong said. The mine was very important to the Chun family, and they couldn't afford to lose it. There was still a considerable part of it that hadn't been mined, and they couldn't just give it up. As they walked into the main hall, all eyes immediately fell on Chun Zong's face. They were stunned at first, and then unconcealable joy bloomed in their eyes. Chun Zong, you're still alive. I knew you were a lucky little fellow. The 3 elders were stunned for a moment before they spoke one after another. Elder Wei, Elder Xing, Elder Li. Chun Zong bowed. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's good that you're back. Elder Xing's face was full of smiles. Have you been in Mount Fulong for more than a month? Elder Wei asked after staring at Chun Zong. Yes, I got lost in the mountains. I was lucky. Chun Zong replied with a smile. He was the only one who knew how difficult and dangerous it was. However, he had also grown, gained opportunities, and become stronger because of it. There was no need to talk about all of this in detail. You're the first person to be able to survive in Mount Fulong for more than a month and walk out unscathed with your Qi and Blood Realm 5th stage cultivation, Elder Li said with a smile. It's good that you're back. Elder Xing sighed and heaved a sigh of relief. Just now outside the city, the Drizzle Gang's young gang leader and a few gang members wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. I don't know if it'll cause trouble for the family, Chun Zong said. Drizzle Gang. It's just a small gang. How dare they attack you? So what if they've killed you? If the Chun family doesn't cause trouble for them, they won't dare to provoke us. Elder Xing smiled coldly. You don't have to worry about this. Just focus on your cultivation. The Drizzle Gang isn't trouble, Elder Wei said. Chun Zong nodded. Then, he thought of something and said again, Oh right, 3 elders, I met a very strange person in Mount Fulong. Strange in what way? Elder Li asked with a smile. Chun Zong described the black figure he met in the cave in detail. The three elders' faces were full of seriousness and shock. Could it be that the legend is true? Elder Li seemed to be talking to himself. Chernzong, do you know that our era is called the era of true martial arts? The previous era was called the era of kingdoms, Elder Wei said. Chernzong nodded. The era of kingdoms was destroyed by the demonic beast. However, there's a rumor that the demonic beasts gathered in the mountains and formed an army to invade the kingdom. The leader was the Black Demon sect. Black Demon sect? Chernzong was the first to hear these three words. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate, as if it was a terrifying existence. The Black Demon sect is the most powerful force in the entire Eastern land. None of the three big kingdoms in the era of kingdoms can compare to it. The Black Demon sect wants to destroy the three big kingdoms and take control of the Eastern land. Chernzong was shocked. The most powerful force in the Eastern land. This statement was terrifying. Then, was the Black Demon sect related to the half-human, half-snake monster he met? Could it be that the monster was a member of the Black Demon sect? Questions popped up in Chernzong's mind. In the end, the three big kingdoms were destroyed. However, their desperate counterattack caused the Black Demon sect and the demonic beast army to suffer heavy losses. In the end, it was said that the remaining warriors of the three big kingdoms gathered together and defeated the Black Demon sect. The Black Demon sect had no choice but to escape into the 100-Beast Mountain. The remaining demonic beasts were gradually cleared out. In order to resist the invasion of the demonic beasts, martial cities were built in the hands of the survivors. Moreover, martial arts techniques were passed down, allowing more people to cultivate into warriors. It also symbolized the arrival of the era of true martial arts. Chernzong suddenly understood. The contents of these books that he had read before were not comprehensive, especially regarding the Black Demon sect. Are the people of the Black Demon sect all monsters? Chernzong asked. We don't know much about the Black Demon sect. After all, they have disappeared for hundreds of years. We only know that the warriors of the Black Demon sect are called demonic warriors. Their overall strength is often stronger than other warriors of the same cultivation level. They can also use an ability called demonic transformation, turning themselves into half-human, half-demonic beasts, making them even more terrifying. Elder Wei finally said. So, the half-human, half-snake monster I met was indeed a demonic warrior of the Black Demon sect. Chernzong's mood was inexplicably heavy. I remember. Xiao Jie said that on the night when the demonic beasts attacked the camp, a mysterious black shadow sneaked into the camp. When it left, it was discovered and was hit by a palm. Could it be the demonic warrior that Chernzong met? Elder Xing's eyebrows smoothed out as he exclaimed. In any case, this news is very important. It must be passed to the family immediately, and then passed to other families. Be on guard. Elder Wei said, Chernzong, keep this matter to yourself. Don't spread it out to avoid unnecessary panic. Yes. Chernzong nodded. The three elders had important matters to deal with, so Chernzong left and returned to his room. He took out some herbs, demonic beast materials, and 3 foundation establishment martial arts from his bag. Once again, he came to the main area and walked into the martial library. The clan hall didn't have the 3 foundation establishment martial arts. After contributing them, Chernzong received 500 contribution points. Then he went to the mission room. The mission of guarding the mine was interrupted halfway, so he couldn't get any contribution points, but he wouldn't be punished. However, after Chernzong turned in the mission items for the herbs and demonic beast materials, his contribution points increased sharply. In the end, Chernzong received more than 1,500 contribution points, which added up to more than 2,000 contribution points. He didn't need any cultivation methods. For the time being, he didn't need any sword arts of the middle class of human level or higher. He still had some pills for cultivation, but he didn't need them for the time being. He'd better save these contribution points for now. I wonder if I can find the 3 prescriptions in the clan hall? With doubts, Chern Zong went to the elixir room. He had more than 2,000 contribution points, so he was full of confidence. Unfortunately, there weren't many herbs in the elixir room. Only less than half of the herbs needed for the first prescription, the ice and fire poison membrane ointment. The cultivation of the body forging art requires the corresponding prescriptions. Otherwise, the effect will be minimal. I need all the herbs listed in the prescriptions, and a relatively good environment to boil the ointment. It's time. Chern Zong picked up his sword and went to the main hall again. There was at least one person in the main hall, either an elder or a deacon. Chern Zong applied to challenge Chen He, who ranked second in the elite area, and Chen Xia, who ranked first because Chen Xia's courtyard used to be Chen Chuyun's residence. It was also the place where he practiced the 4 essentials of swordsmanship. After Chen Chuyun left, Chern Zong had the idea of living there again. Today it was finally going to come true. This kind of challenge was not a game. He had to apply for it, and then the clan hall would arrange it. It would be held under the witness of a deacon or elder of the clan hall. No cheating. As for challenging Chen He, it was purely Chern Zong's counterattack. He couldn't allow Chen He to make trouble for him again and again without doing anything about it. You need to inform the challenged first. Then, you'll be informed of the time of the challenge. The deacon was kind. If the challenged by you goes out, you can choose to challenge others or live in the challenged person's courtyard. But you won't enjoy the treatment of an elite disciple. When the challenged person comes back, if you can defeat him, you'll get the resources you deserve. I see. Thank you, deacon. Chern Zong bowed and left. Looking at the sky, there was still some time before evening. Why not take a trip to the Dingtian Pavilion? Before going to the Dingtian Pavilion, take all the jade coins and herbs with me. Chern Zong returned to his room and put away the black iron piece. He took the treasure iron short knife and left the clan hall with his bag. According to Elder Wei, the Dingtian Pavilion had branches all over the martial cities, so it should be very powerful. However, the Dingtian Pavilion didn't fight for hegemony, but only did business. Then, he might be able to find all kinds of herbs for practicing the body forging technique in the Dingtian Pavilion. I can also see if there are any treasures in the Dingtian Pavilion that can help my father recover his qi and blood, Chern Zong thought to himself. His eyes were shining and his heart was burning. After hearing Elder Wei's words that day, Chern Zong knew that it was more difficult than he thought to help his father recover his cultivation. With his ability, he might be able to do it in the future. But his father's qi and blood were declining, and his body was getting worse. The longer it was delayed, the worse it would be. It would be best to solve it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Begging for monthly votes, begging for red packets in the year of the monkey. There were 4 major buildings in Fengwu City, each with its own unique features and fame. For example, the Tang clan's martial-proof tower was shaped like a tower. For example, the Li clan's famous sword tower was shaped like a giant sword. For example, the Zhao clan's fierce blade tower was shaped like a curved blade. Finally, there was the Dingtian Pavilion. In terms of power, the Dingtian Pavilion was the most powerful. After all, the Dingtian Pavilion was located in every martial city in the eastern continent. However, it was different in nature. The Dingtian Pavilion was neither a clan nor a sect. Instead, it was similar to a trading company that specialized in doing business. It could be said that as long as one could afford it, there was no business that the Dingtian Pavilion did not dare to do. The Dingtian Pavilion was shaped like a giant cauldron standing on the ground. It was bronze in color, as if it was made of metal. It gave off a sense of stability and weight, as if it could suppress everything. It exuded a sense of immortality despite the vicissitudes of time. Standing in front of the Dingtian Pavilion, Chern Zong raised his head and looked at it. He could not hide the shock in his heart. Among the 4 major buildings in Fengwu City, only the Dingtian Pavilion gave him the strongest impact. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong strode toward the open door of the Dingtian Pavilion. The plaque above the door of the Dingtian Pavilion was written with 4 simple and steady dark golden words, Dingtian supporting Earth. There were also plaques on the left and right which happened to be a couplet. The door of the Dingtian Pavilion is open to the front. Don't enter if you have nothing to do. This couplet is really interesting. Chen Zong glanced at it and was suddenly stunned. Then, he revealed a smile. It was very unique, and it also directly showed the Dingtian Pavilion's style of doing things. The door is open to the front. Don't enter the Dingtian Pavilion if you have nothing to do. As soon as he stepped into the Dingtian Pavilion, a beautiful and well-dressed young woman stood up. However, when her gaze swept over Chen Zong, a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. She said casually, "Sir, this is the Dingtian Pavilion. Please don't come in if you have nothing to do." Chen Zong unconsciously frowned. Although the couplet looked interesting, the staff of the Dingtian Pavilion spoke with such an attitude and tone, which made him feel uncomfortable. Selling some herbs. Chen Zong's tone was indifferent. The other party was not a martial artist, and he was here for an urgent matter, so he did not want to cause any trouble. Our Dingtian Pavilion doesn't accept ordinary herbs. The woman's tone was still as casual as ever. She sat down again and said, "Go out and turn left for another 100 meters. There's a pharmacy there. You're welcome." Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the woman's face. Then, he turned around and walked toward the Dingtian Pavilion. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a martial artist. Martial artists were full of vigor and vitality. They had a fierce tiger in their hearts, and would not be easily humiliated. If it were not for Chen Zong's intelligence and knowledge of what could and could not be done, if it were someone who had no ties and no scruples, he would have already attacked and killed that woman. You're just a pauper. Why don't you take a look at where you are before barging in?" The woman was shocked by Chen Zong's cold gaze. Then, she sneered angrily. In the martial Wind City, the Dingtian Pavilion was so powerful that even the 3 great clans had to be courteous to them, let alone a poor martial artist. Upon hearing this, Chen Zong's footsteps paused for a moment. Then, he stepped out of the Dingtian Pavilion. Perhaps he was despised because of his ordinary attire, but so what? There was no need to explain. There were 2 people walking toward him. One of them was a fat man in a gorgeous brocade robe. He looked like a big rubber ball, and his smiling face hid his eyes. Chen Zong knew the other person. When the other person saw Chen Zong, he was startled at first, but then, he smiled. "Brother Chen, I heard that you might have encountered misfortune in Mount Fulong. I was just lamenting the loss of a good opponent." Li Zhenshi smiled and walked over. He raised his sword and gently pushed it toward Chen Zong. "I'm lucky." Chen Zong also smiled. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The 2 swords collided. "Young Master Li, this is..." The gorgeous fat man walked over and rubbed his fat palms together like flies. He asked with a smile. "The head of the 4 little heroes of wind martial arts." "True sword Chen Zong," Li Zhenshi introduced with a smile. "I've heard a lot about you." The fat man quickly greeted him. "I'm Qian Huan, one of the deacons of the Dingtian Pavilion." "Hello, Deacon Qian," Chen Zong responded with a smile. The woman in the Dingtian Pavilion also saw the 3 people at the door. When she saw Deacon Qian, she quickly got up and walked over. She happened to hear the conversation between Qian Huan and Chen Zong. Her face turned pale and blood drained from her face. "Young Master Chen, I didn't treat you well just now. Please forgive me for neglecting you." The woman was very decisive. She quickly ran to Chen Zong's side and bowed, apologizing and begging. She looked as pitiful as she could be. The Dingtian Pavilion was indeed very powerful in Wind Marshall City. Even the 3 wealthy families and 5 big families had to be courteous to them. However, the Dingtian Pavilion also had to be courteous to them. Otherwise, how could they continue doing business? What's the matter? Qian Huan's small eyes widened. His powerful aura spread out and brought great pressure to everyone. Only then did they realize that this fat man was a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the Qi and Blood realm. Nothing. The woman did not know how to answer. However, Chunzong smiled and said, "It's nothing." Speaking of which, this woman was just an ordinary person. There was no big conflict or contradiction between them. If he wanted her to pay the price just because of a few taunts, Chunzong would despise himself. Since he was young, his father had taught him to treat others with sincerity and an open mind. He had to fight for what he should fight for no matter what. If he could make some concessions, he should make some concessions. "Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin." The woman was very grateful. Otherwise, she would probably have been driven out of the Dingtian Pavilion by Deacon Qian. "In the future, keep your eyes open," Qian Huan scolded. Qian Huan scolded. Since Chunzong did not take it to heart, he had no intention of pursuing the matter. He looked at Chunzong with a face full of smiles. "Young Master Qin, I'll make the decision this time. Your expenses in the Dingtian Pavilion will be 20% off. Only this time," Qian Huan added. He seemed to be a little pained. "Thank you very much." Chunzong did not pretend to decline. Qian Huan was willing to do this. It was a kind of compensation. He did not owe him anything. Why wouldn't he accept it? "Young Master Li, young Master Qin, please come in." Qian Huan gestured with his hand. Stepping into the Dingtian Pavilion again, the treatment was completely different. Li Zhenshi was here to buy something. He had already told Qian Huan, and Qian Huan had someone prepare it. "I'll sell some herbs and this treasure iron short knife first. In addition, I'll buy some herbs." As Chunzong spoke, he placed the bag on the table and opened it, revealing the short knife and more than 20 herbs. Then, he took out a list of herbs that he had written before coming here. Qian Huan immediately appraised the short knife and herbs. The price of a common iron-level weapon was usually 20 to 30 white jade coins. The price of a fine iron-level weapon was usually 10 times higher, which was 200 to 300 white jade coins. The price of a treasure iron-level weapon was 10 times higher, which was 2,000 to 3,000 white jade coins. This short knife was relatively common among treasure iron-level weapons. It was about 2,000 white jade coins. However, the price of selling it to the Dingtian Pavilion would naturally be lower, which was 1,800 white jade coins. The lowest level of those herbs was 2nd grade, while the highest was 5th grade. The price of 2nd grade herbs was usually 100 white jade coins. The price of 3rd grade herbs was doubled, and 4th grade herbs were doubled. The price of 5th grade herbs was about 800 white jade coins. After the calculation, the total price of more than 20 herbs was 3,800 white jade coins. A total of 5,600 white jade coins. "What do you think, young Master Qin?" Qian Huan said with a smile after calculating the gold abacus. "Okay." This price was about the same as the price in Chunzong's mind. It was acceptable. "Then let's take a look at the herbs that young Master Qin needs." Qian Huan put down the gold abacus and opened the list. His small eyes seemed to light up as he praised, "Good handwriting. I didn't expect young Master Qin to not only have superb swordsmanship, but also your handwriting." "You flatter me," Chunzong said with a smile. He had never deliberately practiced calligraphy. In the past, his handwriting was very ordinary. However, ever since he obtained the mysterious sword tip, everything had changed. As his martial arts cultivation and realm improved, his control over his own strength became more subtle. Especially with the improvement of his swordsmanship, Other people's handwriting was also affected imperceptibly. It was more than 10 times better than before. Good handwriting, good handwriting. The strokes are like swords. I can see that young Master Chen's swordsmanship is even better than the rumors. Qian Huan sighed. He had a good eye. However, some of these herbs are not cheap. A total of 15 herbs. Let me calculate. Qian Huan picked up the gold abacus and started calculating. Young Master Chen, after the 20% discount, give me one set of each of the 15 herbs. It will cost 6,600 white jade coins. Qian Huan said with a smile. Chen Zong was already mentally prepared, but he was still shocked. Then give me one set first. Chen Zong said and took out a bill. Qian Huan gave the order. Immediately, someone went to prepare the various herbs Chen Zong needed. Deacon Qian, is there any treasure in the Dingtian Pavilion that can restore one's vitality and cultivation? Chen Zong asked with a slightly trembling voice. Not here. Qian Huan answered. Chen Zong's heart sank. However, you can buy it from the main city or place an order here and have it delivered from the main city's Dingtian Pavilion. What's the price? Chen Zong immediately asked. This was related to whether he could get it as soon as possible. I know of 2 types. One is the 7-leaf blood lotus, and the other is the 9 transformations blood rejuvenation pill. Qian Huan said with a faint smile, the 7-leaf blood lotus has the best effect. Not only can it restore one's vitality, but it can also break through. The 9 transformations blood rejuvenation pill can only restore one's vitality. Its price, while Chen Zong waited in anticipation and nervousness, Qian Huan said a number that almost made him faint. 1 million white jade coins. When the price was said, Chen Zong felt as if the world in front of him seemed to be spinning. Li Zhenshi was also shocked. 1 million white jade coins. What kind of concept was that? A treasure iron weapon was only 2 to 3,000 white jade coins. A treasure iron weapon was only 2 to 300,000 white jade coins. It was far from comparable. To the Li family, 1 million white jade coins was not an easy amount to take out. It was enough to hurt them. 1 million. Chen Zong was at a loss. He did not know when he would be able to earn 1 million white jade coins. Chapter 59. Everyone, please support me. Chen Zong held a sword in one hand and a 200 gene bronze cauldron in the other. He strode toward the clan hall under the astonished gazes of the passers-by. 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill. 1 million white jade coins. 7-leaf blood lotus. 2 million white jade coins. Chen Zong pondered as he walked. To the current him, the price of millions of white jade coins was too high. 1 million white jade coins was a huge burden for the entire Chen family. As for the so-called opportunity that Qian Huan mentioned, Chen Zong rejected it without hesitation after hearing it. The Dingtian Pavilion did all kinds of business. Naturally, some of them were dangerous. Therefore, they needed to cultivate their own warriors. Qian Huan had taken a fancy to Chen Zong's talent and wanted Chen Zong to sign the Dingtian contract with the Dingtian Pavilion. The content of the contract was that Chen Zong would become a member of the Dingtian Pavilion from the day of signing. He would be trained and dispatched by the Dingtian Pavilion. To be honest, the Dingtian Pavilion's business was many times bigger than the Chen family's. It would be great if he could be trained by them. The problem was that the Dingtian contract had a duration of 30 years. Even a warrior of the real martial arts realm would die of old age in less than 100 years. 30 years was a very long time. However, if he could get the 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill immediately after signing the Dingtian contract, Chen Zong would not hesitate. However, according to Qian Huan, he still needed to be trained by the Dingtian Pavilion and complete assigned tasks. If he performed well enough, he could exchange for the 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill within 3 years. It was even possible for him to exchange for the 7-leaf blood lotus. Chen Zong naturally would not agree to be restricted for 30 years and not be able to get the 9 transformation blood rejuvenation pill immediately. He also further understood the Dingtian Pavilion's concept of survival. They would not do business at a loss. Instead, they would try to squeeze as much profit as possible. Stepping into the clan hall, Chen Zong returned to his room. He put away the bronze cauldron that he had bought with 1,000 white jade coins and the medicinal herbs that were worth 6,600 white jade coins. Chen Zong, the Elite Disciple Challenge, is ready. It will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please be there on time. Not long after Chen Zong returned to his room, someone came to inform him. I see. Chen Zong nodded. After practicing the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill for a while, Chen Zong washed up and went to bed. Before dawn, Chen Zong still got up. After washing up, he cultivated the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill for a while. After breakfast, he went to a corner of the training field to practice his sword. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Chen Zong went to the location of the challenge. It was not far away. It was an arena between the Earth Court and the Heaven Court. Many disciples of the clan hall surrounded the arena. It's Chen Zong. He's here. Although this Chen Zong is listed as one of the Wind Martial 4 young heroes, he has only cultivated for a short period of time. Isn't he overestimating himself by challenging an elite disciple? I think so too. Moreover, he actually wants to challenge Chen He and Chen Xia one after another. Ignorant. Chen Zong glanced at the person who spoke and sneered. More than a month ago, Chen Zong was able to kill an upper-grade Class 1 demonic beast, the Ironback Green Wolf. After surviving in Mount Fulong for more than a month, he was definitely stronger. A normal Qi and Blood Realm level 6 was definitely not his match. Chen He and Chen Xia were indeed powerful, but their cultivation levels were only at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Chen Zong might be able to put up a fight. Chen Zong, your application to challenge Chen He and Chen Xia has been approved. Now you can choose one of them to challenge, the deacon in the arena said, his voice suppressing the discussions. Chen Xia looked at Chen Zong with a smile. On the other hand, Chen He's face was gloomy and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. I'll challenge Chen He first. Chen Zong glanced over and smiled at Chen Xia before looking at Chen He. You're overestimating yourself. Chen He sneered, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. After being rejected by Chen Zong and losing face at the Rising Dragon League, Chen He harbored a grudge in his heart and sent people to find trouble with Chen Zong. In the end, he didn't succeed, so he had been suppressing this anger in his heart. When he heard that Chen Zong had died at the Hidden Dragon Mountain, he drank a lot of wine to celebrate. Challenging me is your biggest mistake. Chen He jumped into the arena with a sinister smile. This was a good opportunity to teach Chen Zong a lesson. It wouldn't be a big deal even if he used a little more force. After putting on the gloves, Chen He spread out his arms like a white crane spreading its wings. He suddenly leaped into the air like a flying crane, making a sharp and resonant sound. He quickly dove down, waving his arms like a pair of wings, bringing up layers of illusions, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the illusions, all attacking Chen Zong. Foundation Establishment Fist Technique, White Crane Fist. This fist technique was not the clan hall's fist technique. Its power was extraordinary. After many years of cultivation, Chen He already had a trace of transcendence. Sword light flashed, and the sharp cry of an eagle reverberated in the sky, piercing through gold and splitting rocks. The imperceptible realm eagle strike sword technique was like an eagle circling in the sky, reaching out its sharp claws to grab Chen He. Fight between the eagle and the crane. All the moves were used, and there was no clear winner. Chen He's talent was average, but he had been cultivating for a long time and had experienced many life and death battles. His battle experience was extraordinary, and his strength was not weak. Chen Zong can actually tie with Chen He? Unbelievable! Below the arena, everyone was exclaiming. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Chen He's face became more and more ugly. The second level of Fierce Tiger technique was activated, and the power of qi and blood was channeled. His strength increased sharply, and the power of his attacks became more tyrannical. Every attack had a force of 2,000 pounds, and could easily crush large rock. True Sword Heaven Supreme technique was activated, and Chen Zong's qi and blood was channeled. Although his strength was inferior to Chen He's 1,000 pounds, his sword technique was superior. Flying Crane Palm Crane's Peck Triple Attack. The first level of Flying Crane Palm, a low-class mortal realm martial art, was the Crane's Peck Triple Attack. It had already reached the small completion realm, and it was merciless. The extremely sharp sound was loud and clear, as if it was piercing through everyone's eardrums. In a flash, Chen He's palm condensed into the shape of a white crane's beak, and quickly pecked 3 times, turning into 3 sharp awls and fiercely attacking Chen Zong. The power of each attack was more than 2,000 pounds, and it was extremely terrifying. The deacon's face changed. He could see that Chen He was merciless, and if Chen He was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. Chen Zong drew his sword, and 8 dazzling sword light flashed, and in a flash, it became 4, then 2 and finally 1. It was extremely bright, as if it was cutting through the air. Under the sword light, the crane's peck triple attack was instantly shattered, and the dimmed sword light directly hit Chen He's body. Chen He was sent flying, and a wound ran from his left shoulder to his right waist. Blood spurted out. You are so vicious. Under the ring, Chen He struggled to get up, his face pale and frightened. He pointed at Chen Zong and said harshly. He took out some medicine powder and sprinkled it on the wound to stop the bleeding, and hurriedly left. Chen Zong just glanced at him indifferently, and did not pay him any attention. He had already held back some of his power in that attack, so it was only a flesh wound. Otherwise, he would have killed Chen He with a single strike. Everyone looked at Chen Zong with different gazes. There was admiration and fear. The next one is Chen Xia. Chen Zong, do you want to take a break? The deacon asked, ignoring Chen Zong. After all, Chen He was merciless at the beginning, and the deacon could see that Chen Zong did hold back some of his power at the last moment. Junior brother Chen Zong, if I'm not wrong, the diffraction sword play you just displayed is the second level, shadowless diffraction, right? Chen Xia opened his mouth and said with a smile, furthermore, it's the shadowless diffraction that has reached the great mastery stage. Brother, you have a good eye, Chen Zong said with a smile. Although I know I'm not your match, I still hope to exchange some pointers with you. Let's use foundation establishment martial arts. Chen Xia smiled freely. He was stronger than Chen Zong, but not by much. He knew he was not Chen Zong's match, but he was itching for a fight. Please. Since it was a foundation establishment martial arts duel, it would not consume much of his qi and blood. Chen Xia practiced knife techniques, and his knife was a precious iron knife, shining brightly. Once he used the knife technique, it was endless. He was just a hair away from reaching the realm of intricacy. Chen Zong used the willow swordsmanship to counter. He wanted to give Chen Xia some pointers and see if Chen Xia could seize the opportunity to reach the realm of intricacy. Unfortunately, after the battle, Chen Xia's comprehension was limited, and he did not achieve a breakthrough. Thank you, brother. I admit defeat. Chen Xia withdrew his knife and retreated. He wanted to use the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough in his duel with Chen Zong. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Chen Zong, you defeated Chen He and Chen Xia. You can choose a small courtyard. Which one do you want? The deacon nodded. It was best for the disciples of the clan hall to compete with each other and be united. Courtyard number 1. Chen Zong did not hesitate. Chen Xia, go back and tidy up. Move out of courtyard number 1, the deacon said to Chen Xia. Then, he looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, you can also move in. Deacon, can I request to challenge Chen He? Chen Xia asked with a smile. Chen Zong was speechless. The deacon was also helpless. I will inform Chen He to move out of the courtyard first. He will fight with you after he recovers. Thank you, deacon. Chen Xia smiled. The disciples around the arena, regardless of whether they were from the heavenly court or the earth court, all looked at Chen Zong with admiration and respect. They could not imagine that Chen Zong was so powerful. He was already the strongest person in the clan hall. This was especially true for the disciples who had entered the clan hall with Chen Zong. They felt as if they were dreaming. Chen Fenghua, Chen Guzhan, and the others smiled bitterly. Chen Yidao and Chen Yuyao were already numb. Chen Jigang was completely dumbfounded. He did not dare to compete with Chen Zong, let alone teach Chen Zong a lesson. Brother, I will help you move your things, Chen Xia said with a smile. I will go too. Chen Zong also came over. Chen Zong did not have many things. He only had daily necessities such as bedding, a big bag of herbs, and a bronze cauldron. Brother, you got a cauldron. Do you want to refine medicine? Chen Xia looked at Chen Zong with a strange expression. Just a little interest, Chen Zong said with a smile and did not say much. Chen Xia did not continue to ask. The three of them each took some things, left the house, and went to the first courtyard in the elite area. Stepping into the familiar courtyard again, Chen Zong was a little excited. Brother Chen Xia, where are the heavy metal balls and other things that were left in the small courtyard? Chen Zong swept a glance and asked. Brother, do you know? Chen Xia suddenly understood. I forgot that you once came here to practice swordsmanship with the Yun nation. It seems that your purpose of challenging me was not to be the first in the clan hall, but for this courtyard. I did not throw away those things. They are all stored in the storage room. Chapter 60. In front of him, there were 10 bills worth 1,000. This was the apology gift that the leader of the Drizzle gang wanted to give to Chen Zong. He's really patient. I need to be careful of this person. Chen Zong muttered to himself as he put away the 10 bills. He had killed the other party's gang members and only son, but in the end it was not revenge, but an apology. Furthermore, the other party had even given him 10,000 bills. Presumably, the other party's heart was bleeding right now. But there was no other way. In front of the Chun family, the Drizzle gang was just a small fish. If they dared to show the slightest sign of revenge, the Chun family would immediately find an opportunity to destroy them. In this way, I have more than 11,000 white jade coins. Chen Zong thought to himself. He had set a third goal, to gather 1,000,000 jade coins. It would be best if he could get 2,000,000. In the small courtyard, everything was restored to Chen Chuyun's appearance, making it convenient for Chen Zong to train. Chen Zong was only wearing a pair of underpants. His entire body was covered in a layer of black ointment, shining under the sun. He was practicing the first 3 moves of the body tempering technique. He had already mastered the first 3 moves. As his hands and feet moved, the black ointment seeped into his skin. Chen Zong only felt that his skin was cold, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. Gradually, it became very hot, as if he was soaking in hot water. The black ointment was the ice-fire poison ointment. The refining method on the prescription was very detailed. After Chen Zong simulated it a few times, he successfully boiled it for 3 days and 3 nights in the bronze cauldron. The method was very simple. Apply it evenly on the skin, then cultivate the body tempering technique to absorb it. The cold and hot alternated 9 times. Chen Zong practiced the first 3 moves of the body tempering technique 9 times. The black ointment on his skin was completely absorbed, leaving behind a thin layer of powder that rustled and fell. After washing off the powder, Chen Zong's skin looked more lustrous than before. It seemed to be more resilient. The feeling of tightness was very strong, like cowhide. The effect is very obvious. Chunzong was happy. Every day, he applied the ice-fire poison ointment. 10 days later, the ointment was used up. His skin became more resilient, and even his muscles and bones were slightly affected. When the second level of the true sword Tian Ju moved his qi and blood, the slight tingling sensation completely disappeared. I need to get another set of herbs, Chunzong thought to himself. He took the money ticket and went to the Dingtian pavilion again. This time there was no discount. One set of medicinal ingredients cost 8,250 white jade coins. Taking away the change, it was 8,200 white jade coins. 8,200 white jade coins for one set of herbs, and it will last for 10 days. I wonder how many sets of herbs I will need to cultivate to the first level of the body forging art. Thinking about it, Chunzong felt a headache coming on. Purchasing the 9 Revolutions blood restoration pill would cost him 1,000,000 white jade coins, but he had to quickly raise his cultivation and increase his strength, which would also require a lot of resources. The Chun family would not give him so many resources, so he could only rely on his own abilities to obtain them. Only with a higher cultivation and stronger strength can you earn more jade money. Chunzong took a deep breath and said secretly. Thinking about it, a normal 5th grade herb was worth 800 white jade coins, a 6th grade herb was worth 1,600 white jade coins, and a 7th grade herb was worth 3,200 white jade coins. An 8th grade herb was worth 6,400 white jade coins, and a 9th grade herb was worth 12,800 white jade coins. If he could find a 100-year-old precious herb, its value would soar tenfold. All of this required sufficient strength to qualify for it. When the second set of ice-fire poison membrane ointment was used up, Chunzong picked up the wooden stick and hit his body with 30% of his strength. He could clearly feel that the moment his gaze hit his skin, there was a strong resistance. It was as if a force was born from the skin and bounced the wooden stick away. It was as if he had hit rubber. Of course, it was not that exaggerated, but it was much tougher than before. Tempering one's skin and making it tough would undoubtedly increase one's ability to resist attacks, especially attacks from fists or blunt weapons. If one was able to master the first layer of copper skin, it was likely that one would be able to resist even ordinary sharp objects like swords and knives. With such an obvious improvement, Chunzong was even more motivated. He could not help but imagine how strong his physique would be if he cultivated the body forging technique to the 3rd layer of iron bone. If he could cultivate to the 4th layer, it would not only be a simple increase in physical defense, but it would also be able to break through the limits of the human body and have the possibility of further promotion, just like a monster. Every day, in addition to cultivating the body forging technique, Chunzong would not neglect other aspects of cultivation. Swordsmanship was a must, and he continued to cultivate the fast, accurate, and steady 3-word secret art. He had already gone to the foundry to forge a new set of heavy iron arm guards. Perhaps it was because of his previous experience, or perhaps it was because of his more subtle control of his own strength. This set of heavy iron arm guards was forged even harder, and its weight had reached 150 kilograms. At first, Chunzong was not used to wearing it. After all, his arm strength was still 1,000 kilograms, but he gradually adapted during this period of time. The first layer of spectral swordsmanship had reached the perfection realm, but there was no clue about the hyperfocus realm. The second layer of spectral swordsmanship had reached the peak of Dishang, and he did not know when it would break through to the perfection realm. The Whisking Willow swordsmanship, Eagle Strike swordsmanship, Thunder Flash swordsmanship, and True Sword 8 styles were all in the hyperfocus realm. There was still no clue about the true secret realm, even though Chunzong had comprehended and cultivated the true secret realm of the afterimage swordsmanship. The true sword sky technique was still at the second layer. But no matter what, Chen Zong could feel progress in every aspect, no matter how subtle. Only the true secret realm? The sky light cloud shadow swordsmanship did not have the slightest progress, as if it had reached its limit. Chen Zong knew that the sky light cloud shadow swordsmanship could continue to be improved, and it was far from reaching its limit. However, his understanding of the true secret realm was still too little, and he could only explore bit by bit, like crossing the river by feeling the stones. If I can enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Arts Academy, I might be able to find information about the true secret realm. Chen Zong thought. Earning at least 1 million white jade money and entering the 7 Luminaries Martial Arts Academy was his short-term goal. He was moving forward step by step according to the goal he had set for himself. Chen Zong and Elder Lai had already said that they would not go to the foundry because there was not enough time. If he could forge a precious iron weapon in a short period of time in the forging workshop, Chen Zong would definitely invest a large amount of time into it. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Even Elder Lai himself could only forge a treasured iron weapon at most. Moreover, from preparing the treasured iron block to forging a treasured iron weapon, it would take a lot of time, so the success rate was not guaranteed. Elder Lai was naturally unwilling, and even threw a tantrum. However, Chen Zong was very firm. He could not change his goal and cultivation plan because of this, especially when time was limited. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong returned to the clan hall. Quite some time had passed. Apart from cultivation, Chen Zong would also visit Chen Yiming in the outer hall. Chen Yiming's cultivation situation was not bad. He had already begun the 3rd round of blood qi refinement, and it was unknown if he could undergo the 4th round of blood qi refinement. April 17, 396 Zhen Wu calendar. Chen Zong could not help but shake his head when he finished cultivating the true sword Heaven Supreme technique and felt the strength of his blood qi. The Wind Warrior battle should be in half a month's time. I'm afraid my cultivation will not be able to reach the 6th level of the blood qi realm before then. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He was not in a hurry before, but now that he wanted to earn 1 million white jade money as soon as possible, it was necessary to increase his cultivation and strength. Then, entering the 7 Luminaries Martial Arts Academy was obviously the most direct method. I wonder if I can participate in the Wind Warrior battle with the 5th level of the Blood Qi realm? Chen Zong suddenly had a thought. Chen Chuyun had told him that he could only participate if he was at the 6th level of the Blood Qi realm before the age of 18. He did not say anything else. He did not know if it was a rule or if Chen Chuyun had underestimated him. I'll go ask the elder, Chen Zong thought to himself. He immediately left the small courtyard and headed to the main hall of the main division. Fortunately, Elder Li was in charge of the main hall. Kid, what are you here for? Elder Li spoke bluntly. Elder Li, I'd like to know the conditions for participating in the Wind Warrior battle. Chen Zong smiled and sat down beside Elder Li after bowing. Kid, do you want to participate in the Wind Warrior battle? Elder Li stared at Chen Zong and sized him up. Your cultivation is still at the 5th level of the Blood Qi realm, right? Yes, but my strength is not inferior to the 6th level of the Blood Qi realm. Chen Zong's tone was full of confidence. That's true. Elder Li nodded. He had heard about Chen Zong defeating Chen He and Chen Xia. The rule is that you can participate if you reach the 6th level of the Blood Qi realm before the age of 18. You can also participate if you want. If that's the case, I'll participate. Chen Zong's tone was firm. It's indeed a good thing to be able to enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Elder Li said, whether it's the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy is much better than the 3 major clans and 5 major clans of the Wind Martial City. If you can enter, your cultivation will improve even faster. Since you want to participate, the clan will report your name in a few days. The clan's disciples were usually registered by the clan. It was the most straightforward and convenient. What's there to thank me for? Elderly waved his hand. Your talent is very good and your potential surpasses others. I believe that no matter in the Martial Wind City or other martial cities, you won't be inferior to others. Although our Chun family is one of the 5 great families in the Martial Wind City, in the entire eastern continent, it's actually nothing. Chun Zong listened quietly. He felt that Elderly hadn't finished speaking. Our Chun clan's ancestors worked hard generation after generation, hoping that our clan could move to the ultimate martial city and take root there. Unfortunately, after hundreds of years of hard work, we haven't been able to achieve our wish. Elderly sighed. Which force didn't take root in the 5 major cities of the eastern continent. However, the land and resources in the major cities were limited. If a new force entered, it would mean that the new force would leave. It was very cruel. In the future, if any of you from the younger generation can cultivate to the true martial realm, there might be some hope for the clan to enter the ultimate martial city. Elderly smiled and patted Chen Zong's shoulder. Kid, I have high hopes for you. If there's anyone in our Chun clan who can cultivate to the true martial realm, I think you have the greatest hope. Elderly really thinks highly of me. Chen Zong smiled. To be honest, the true martial realm was still very far away from him. Whether he could reach it in the end was still unknown. However, the unknown didn't mean that Chen Zong was afraid. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Chapter 61. I've already noticed you. You'd better perform well. Year 396, May 12th of the Zhenwu calendar. The sky was bright and the sun had yet to rise. However, the entire Zhenwu city was out of the ordinary. It woke up and gradually became lively. Many people walked out of their houses and headed towards the same destination. It was the Zhenwu Battle Arena. The Zhenwu Battle Arena was built by the 3 grand families and 5 major clans. It was located in the center of Zhenwu City and was extremely large. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time without being crowded. In the center was a huge arena that was 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and a meter tall. There were many people surrounding the arena. There was only a path that was a few meters wide. A group of people was walking through the path. It's the Tang Grand family. That person must be Dragon Spear Tang Junluo. He looks extraordinary. There were more than 50 people from the Tang Grand family. All of them were going to participate in the Zhenwu Battle of Heroes. After the Tang Grand family, it was the Li Grand family with more than 50 people. Then, it was the Zhao Grand family with more than 50 people. Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangqing were among them. Then, it was the 5 major clans' turn. Compared to the 3 grand families, the 5 major clans had fewer participants. They only had about 30 people. Chun Zong was also in the Chun clan's team. Dragon Spear Tang Junluo, famed sword Li Zhenshi, cold saber Zhao Wangqing, true sword Chen Zong, and the 4 young heroes of Wind Martial are all here. Have their cultivation reached the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm? Judging from the Qi and Blood force fluctuations from their bodies, they should still be at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, the 4 of them are geniuses. All of them have the record of defeating martial artists at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. It's expected that they would participate in the Zhenwu Battle of Heroes. The 5 young heroes of Wind Martial are here too. As the crowd discussed, more and more participants from the younger generation arrive. There were small clans and factions, as well as independent martial artists, etc. More and more people arrive. You guys, find a chance to make it impossible for Chun Zong to enter the top 100. The leader of the Drizzle gang secretly told the teenagers who had participated in the Battle of the Wind Warrior Heroes. Due to the pressure from the Chun family, he had no choice but to apologize, but his heart was filled with hatred and murderous intent towards Chen Zong. He could not wait to skin Chen Zong alive, pull out his tendons, file his bones and scatter his ashes. Although he could not make a move right now, he could still cause trouble for Chen Zong. As long as Chen Zong could not enter the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy this time and could only wait for another year, then perhaps he could find a secret opportunity to kill Chen Zong and avenge his only son. Don't worry, Sect Master. The youths nodded. A figure soared over like a great rock spreading its wings. After circling once, it landed on the huge arena. Surprisingly, it was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. There were many wind imprints on his robe. Everyone. The middle-aged man gestured with both hands. His voice was loud and clear, and it immediately silenced the discussions around him. My name is Qin Xinxing, an instructor of the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy's Martial Arts Academy. I am here to preside over the Battle of the Heroes of Wind Martial City. This time, there are a total of 983 participants in the Battle of the Wind Warrior Heroes. Qin Xinxing's voice was like a gust of wind blowing into everyone's ears. It was very clear, but only the top 100 are qualified to enter the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy. Whether or not you can enter the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy will depend on your own abilities. Now, 983 participants will be divided into 5 groups. You will step onto the big arena in order for the Battle Royale. The last 50 people standing on the big arena will be qualified for the second Battle Royale. Qin Xinxing's words were concise and comprehensive. He did not say anything superfluous. Remember, everything must be done with the goal of knocking others off the arena. You are not allowed to deliberately injure others, nor are you allowed to form gangs and deliberately work together to deal with others. Whoever dares to violate this rule will be disqualified. Soon, the 983 participants were divided into groups. The first to the fourth group each had 200 people. Only the fifth group had fewer people, 183 people. Chen Zong was arranged to be in the third group. The first group of 200 people jumped onto the big arena one after another and immediately spread out. They each found a place to stand and waited for their orders. The first group battle royale begins. As soon as Qin Xinxing's voice fell, the 200 people on the big arena immediately moved. They attacked the people around them one after another. For a time, loud shouts, exclamations, and the sound of wind breaking were mixed together. It was very noisy. Figures flashed and intertwined, dazzling the audience. Qin Xinxing's eyes contained divine light, and he clearly saw every person on the big arena. No one could violate the rules under his eyes. Figures were knocked off the arena one after another. When they got up, they were filled with hatred and unwillingness. This meant that they had lost their qualifications. Fortunately, I still have another chance next year. Some people comforted themselves and quickly got over it. Some people were unable to get over it in a short period of time because this was their last chance. To practice martial arts, talent and hard work alone were not enough. The environment and resources were equally important. Take a top chef, for example. No matter how good his skills were, if there were no ingredients, it would be useless. To the martial practitioners of the small town, being able to enter any of the forces in Martial Wind City was something worth celebrating. But to the martial practitioners of Martial Wind City, being able to enter the Seven Lights Martial Academy was something worth celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights with gongs and drums. Not only was it an honor, it was also greatly beneficial to their path of martial arts. Zhao Wangcheng was assigned to the first group. His long blade was cold and sharp. It was astonishingly sharp, and a chill spread out, causing people to not dare to approach. A portion of the Zhao clan's people were also assigned to the first group, but they did not dare to work together. In the past, there were clans that had done so, and the result was that those people were all disqualified. The blade light was continuous. Under Zhao Wangcheng's blade, Martial artists fell off the arena one after another. They were all more or less lightly injured. "Stop!" Qin Xinsheng suddenly shouted. The martial artists of the first group on the big arena stopped one after another. There were exactly 50 people left on the arena. The 50 people jumped off the arena, and the 200 people of the second group jumped on the arena. Tang Junluo was in the second group. A golden long spear with dragon patterns was as powerful as wind and thunder. When the spear was thrust, it was as if there were waves of dragon roars. The momentum was astonishing. Tang Junluo's arm strength was outstanding, and he cultivated the Earth Dragon art, an upper-rank mortal rank art. Once the power of qi and blood was channeled, his arm strength would greatly increase. His spear technique was superb, and there were not many who could compete with him directly. About 15 minutes later, the second group's battle royale ended. There were only 50 people left. The most eye-catching person in the third group was Chen Zong. "Good luck, little brother." Chen Zong encouraged Chen Zong. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of qi and blood realm last month, and he was assigned to the fourth group. Nodding, Chen Zong took a few quick steps forward and jumped onto the arena. The battle royale began. A strong wind attacked from the side. It was powerful and heavy, as if it could split stones. It was a foundation establishment martial art. Everyone knew that this was only the first battle royale, and there would be a second one soon. Naturally, they would try to conserve as much energy as possible, and would not use a mortal rank martial art so easily. The second stage of the true sword skill was channeled, and the power of qi and blood was channeled like a sword, greatly increasing the power. Chen Zong did not pull out his sword. He raised his right palm, and it looked like a slap, but also like a swing, bringing with it a terrifying dragon roar. The peak of greater mastery of lesser dragon subduing hand. The power of this palm was even greater than the Tittle Realm's tiger strength fist art. Under the palm, the fist and the palm collided. The person who attacked Chen Zong was immediately pushed back, and could not stop himself at all. After falling off the arena, Chen Zong's body swayed, and with the help of this force, he rushed out to the side. He unsheathed his sword, and a crescent-shaped sword light was drawn, directly shattering the incoming blade. Yang Feiyu held the iron sword in his hand, and the sword light was like a flying swan, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. Under the cover of several disciples of the Yang family, who were at the 6th level of Qi blood realm, he attacked Chen Zong. Qin Xinsheng's gaze immediately looked over, but the disciples of the Yang family were only covering for him. They did not attack the same person together, so he did not say anything. "Chen Zong, don't even think about entering the 7 Luminaries martial school." Yang Feiyu charged to Chen Zong's side. His voice was cold, and the power of qi and blood erupted. He attacked with all his strength, and a sword light spread out, turning into a winged eagle that pounced. The first stage of the flying eagle sword skill had reached the peak of minor completion. "You are not qualified," Chen Zong sneered. He did not use the spectral sword skill, but only the 8th true sword style, explosive sword style, blasted out like a giant cannon. This strike was powerful and extremely violent, and it made Qin Xinsheng's eyes light up. "What sword skill is that?" Qin Xinsheng was puzzled. He was sure that it was a foundation-building martial art, but it was too shocking that it was so powerful. The sword light collided, and the eagle's pounce was instantly defeated. The long sword bombarded. Yang Feiyu's expression changed greatly, and he immediately used the flying swan steps to leap up, and his body gracefully floated backward. Chen Zong took a step forward, and his long sword changed from a thrust to a slash. He used the smallest amount of strength to unleash the greatest power, and heavily slashed at Yang Feiyu's raised sword. The terrifying power caused the iron sword in Yang Feiyu's hand to bend in an instant, and it hit his chest. Yang Feiyu, who was still in the air, had nowhere to borrow strength, and quickly floated backward. When he landed, He could not stop his body from continuously retreating until he reached the edge of the arena. While he was secretly rejoicing, a strong wind whistled, and a kick came at him. He barely defended, but it was too hasty, and he was directly kicked off the arena. Damn it! Below the arena, Yang Feiyu's face was ashen. Although he still had another chance next year, he could not let it go. His gaze towards Chen Zong was filled with hatred. Last time at Tang Junluo's Rising Dragon assembly, Chen Zong embarrassed him. This time, Chen Zong actually prevented him from entering the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Damn it! Most of Qin Xinsheng's attention was on Chen Zong. Even he, an instructor of the Seven Lights Martial Academy, was stunned by the sword move just now. He was sure that there was no foundation-building martial art like that in the entire Seven Lights Martial Academy. I didn't expect such an unexpected discovery, Qin Xinsheng thought to himself. He was quite curious. Moreover, this kid's cultivation base has not reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 5, yet he can easily defeat a Qi and Blood Realm level 6. He is another amazing genius. In his heart, he gave Chen Zong the definition of a person to pay attention to. From the moment Chen Zong stepped onto the arena until now, he had repeatedly attacked. There were already more than a dozen people who had been knocked off the arena by him. Other than Yang Feiyu, the rest were all at Qi and Blood Realm level 6. At this time, two people approached Chen Zong from the front and back. When they were a certain distance away, the two suddenly erupted with Qi and Blood Realm level martial arts. They attacked Chen Zong from the front and back, causing Chen Zong to be attacked from both sides. Chapter 62. Fight for a good ranking. His fist was like a giant rock falling from the top of a mountain. It was powerful and heavy, and the wind was howling. The stick was like a giant tree, covering the sky with its shadow and making an ear-piercing sound. Good. Destroy him. The leader of the Drizzle gang clenched his fists as if he was possessed. How dare you? Elder Wei of the clan hall was furious. He was like a tiger that had been awakened, and a terrifying aura spread out. Qin Xinsheng was also furious. He had just announced the rules not long ago, and now, someone dared to violate them so blatantly. However, no matter how strong they were, they could not put out a fire nearby. Yang Feiyu's face was ferocious. He wished he could take the place of one of the two and attack Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong did not panic in the face of danger. His body was like a willow and his footsteps were like the wind. He gently swayed and spun, and in an incredible way, he escaped from the two's deliberate attacks. He turned around, faced the two at the same time, and attacked with his sword. The sword light was swift, like a shadow, like a swaying willow, like an eagle in the sky, and finally like lightning tearing through the dark clouds. Every sword was in the imperceptible realm of the foundation-building martial arts. They were powerful, and they were all aimed at the two. Then, the fifth sword, the explosive sword style. Like a giant cannon, it directly hit one of the two and sent him flying. He rolled down the ring and dodged the long stick. The precious iron sword seemed gentle, but in fact, it was heavier than 1,000 pounds. It hit the man's chest. Crack! It was the sound of the man's sternum breaking. Chen Zong would not show mercy to those who deliberately hit him hard. 4 and 5 foundation-building sword arts, all of them in the imperceptible realm. Qin Xinsheng's eyes widened. He was shocked beyond words. If he knew that Chen Zong had also cultivated one of the foundation-building sword arts to the true realm, he would be horrified. Good! The Chens cheered, but Yang Feiyu's face was gloomy. The leader of the Drizzle gang was expressionless, but there was an undetectable haze in his eyes. Soon, the third group's battle ended. Chen Zong stayed in the ring. The fourth group's battle began. Li Zhenshi was in this group. Congratulations! It was unknown when Yang Igu had walked to the side, looking drunk and hazy. I haven't entered the top 100 yet. It's too early to congratulate me, Chen Zong said with a smile. Looking at Yang Yigu, he could vaguely feel that the aura on Yang Yigu was stronger than before. His expression changed. On the other hand, I should congratulate Brother Yang. I was lucky enough to break through some time ago. Yang Yigu chuckled. Half a month ago, his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Since his age did not exceed the age limit, he did not need to participate in any battles and could directly enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. As the two of them chatted, the 4th group's battle royale also ended, followed by the 5th group. When the 5th group's battle royale also ended, Qin Xinsheng let the winners of each group enter the large arena. 250 people will undergo the final battle. The final 100 people will then become the disciples of the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Qin Xinsheng said. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately made everyone's breathing quicken. On the large arena, almost everyone's eyes lit up. Those beside them could be considered as their opponent. Other than Yang Feiyu, who provoked Chen Zong, the 4 Wind Martial Elites and the 5 Wind Martial Elites were all standing on the large arena, waiting for the final battle. Begin. As soon as Qin Xinsheng's voice fell, everyone immediately took action. They either attacked or moved their feet to look for an opportunity. In a battle royale, one would have to face more than one enemy. Enemies could appear from all directions. Everyone was the same. This was actually very fair as it tested one's overall strength. No one knew who made the first move, but soon after, the scene became chaotic. With the treasure iron sword in hand, Chen Zong blocked the attack of a saber. With a twist of his wrist, the saber was sent flying. He rushed forward and rammed his shoulder into the opponent's chest. Like a bull ramming into a mountain, he was sent flying. He then crashed into another person and rolled into a ball. With the dragon spear in hand, Tang Junluo swept in all directions. It was difficult for anyone to get close to him. Li Zhenshi's sword was like a breeze. His every move had an indescribable elegance. He shuttled through the crowd like a gust of wind. Zhao Wangqing's saber was cold and sharp. It was cold and threatening. Each of the 4 of them could defeat most of the Qi and Blood realm martial artists. Their overall strength was also outstanding. They were able to handle such a battle royale with ease. On the other hand, 4 of the 5 Wind Martial Elites were only at the Qi and Blood realm 5th level. Their strength was not enough to defeat a Qi and Blood realm martial artist. In such a battle royale, they could only barely hold on. Not long after, the 4 of them were knocked out of the arena one after another. Although they were unwilling, they knew very well that this was just a trial. If they could pass, then so be it. If they couldn't, then they still had another chance next year. However, looking at Chen Zong and the other 3 who were still fighting in the large arena with ease, they had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. As expected, the difference was still very obvious. On the large arena, people were constantly knocked out. The number of people left was decreasing. Those who were left were mostly the stronger ones. The pressure on Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, and Zhao Wangqing was increasing, but they could still hold on. As for Chen Zong, he was still at ease. To be honest, even if he faced a Qi and Blood realm martial artist who was at the Qi and Blood realm 7th level, he could defeat or even kill them with the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword. Even if he did not use it with his own abilities, it was more than enough to deal with a Qi and Blood realm 6th level martial artist. Qin Xinsheng's gaze was mainly focused on Chen Zong. To be able to make such an unexpected discovery here made Qin Xinsheng very surprised. He also received some information about Chen Zong from others. Therefore, he was even more curious. An ordinary disciple from a small town's branch family actually had such talent. He was like a true dragon in shallow water. Of course, this analogy might be too much, but that was how Qin Xinsheng felt at the moment. Chen Zong, Tang Junluo, Li Jinshi, and Zhao Wangqing did not fight because there was no need for it now. There would be plenty of opportunities to fight once they entered the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy. In the end, there were still 100 people left in the Grand Arena. Congratulations on entering the top 100 and becoming a disciple of the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy. Qin Xinxing smiled. Among the 100 people, except for Chen Zong and the other 3, the rest were at the Qi and Blood Realm 6th level. Most of them were at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm 6th level. Once they entered the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy and received the Academy's resources, there was a high probability of them breaking through to the Qi and Blood Realm 7th level in a short period of time. When the 100 people in the Grand Arena heard Qin Xinxing's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Next, there will be a third match. You can choose whether to participate or not, Qin Xinxing said. The 100 people were not surprised, as if they already knew. Every year, in the Battle of the Wind Martial Heroes, the third match would be held after the top 100 people were eliminated. The rewards would be set by the 3 noble clans, the 5 major clans, and the Dingtian Pavilion. The top 3 would receive the rewards of this match. However, it was said that the rewards would be different every year. The reward for the third place is 10,000 white jade coins, Qin Xinxing announced. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. To Tang Junluo, Li Jinshi, and Zhao Wangqing, 10,000 white jade coins was nothing. However, to the others, 10,000 white jade coins was not a small sum of money. One had to know that 3,000 white jade coins could buy a relatively good treasured iron weapon. Chen Zong's eyes lit up even more. If he had 10,000 white jade coins, he could buy some herbs and boil a portion of ice and fire poison membrane ointment. He was gradually experiencing the benefits of the body tempering technique. If the reward for the third place was already so good, then the rewards for the second and first place would probably be even better. The reward for the second place is 30,000 white jade coins and a silver silk inner armor, Qin Xinxing said with a smile, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Tang Junluo and the rest could not underestimate 30,000 white jade coins. Of course, with their status, it was not too difficult for them to obtain 30,000 white jade coins. As for the silver silk inner armor, Tang Junluo and the rest were still wearing it. The silver silk inner armor is rumored to be a treasure that can withstand an ordinary iron weapon and a force of 1,000 jin? On the stage, someone whispered, which made Chen Zong slightly startled. Withstanding an ordinary iron weapon and a force of 1,000 jin would indeed give him a better defense and a better chance of survival. He had never heard of it. Presumably, such an item must be very precious. Perhaps, even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy it. Chen Zong, who did not know the value of the silver silk inner armor, was more interested in the reward of 30,000 white jade coins. 30,000 white jade coins, and what I have left are enough for me to buy 4 portions of herbs and boil 4 portions of ice and fire poison membrane ointment, Chen Zong thought. The reward for the first place is also the best. Qin Xinxing's face was full of smiles. Chen Zong also focused on listening. 50,000 white jade coins. Chen Zong's breathing suddenly became rapid. There was only one voice reverberating in his mind. 50,000 white jade coins. Ever since he learned that the 9 transformations blood rejuvenation pill cost 1 million white jade coins, the 7-leaf blood lotus cost 2 million white jade coins, and the body forging technique cost a lot of white jade coins, Chen Zong had a great desire for white jade coins. A silver silk inner armor and the white cauldron token of the Dingtian Pavilion. After Qin Xinxing finished speaking, more people exclaimed. The white cauldron token. I heard that the white cauldron token of the Dingtian Pavilion is very difficult to obtain. Not many people in the entire Fengwu city have it. Yes, with the white cauldron token, you can get a 10% discount in any Dingtian Pavilion. Chen Zong came back to his senses. In addition to 50,000 white jade coins, There was also a silver silk inner armor and a white cauldron token. With his keen senses, he immediately understood the value of a white cauldron token. It was a symbol of status. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. In addition, with the white cauldron token, one could enjoy a 10% discount in any Dingtian pavilion. Once or twice, or if the transaction amount was small, it was nothing. However, if it was multiple times, or if the transaction amount was large, it would be very impressive. I must get the first place. Chen Zong took a deep breath. His eyes were resolute. For the 50,000 white jade coins and the white cauldron token. In addition, after the top 3 participants enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, they will become the new disciple representatives of the Brilliant Wind Hall. They will compete with the new disciple representatives of the other 6 halls for the top 3. Qin Xinxing finally announced, "Now, those who want to participate in the 3rd match will stay in the Grand Arena. Those who don't want to participate will leave the Grand Arena." As soon as Qin Xinxing finished speaking, nobody left the Grand Arena. Chapter 63. Looks like everyone wants to fight for the top 3. Qin Xinxing's lips curled into a smile. He was happy to see such competition. The rules are the same as before. No one is allowed to deliberately injure or cripple others, and no one is allowed to deliberately team up against one person. Now, the 100 of you will begin the battle royale. Almost as soon as Qin Xinxing's voice fell, the 100 of them moved. They immediately moved and quickly distanced themselves from the others, waiting for an opportunity to attack. To be able to survive 2 battles, not only was it due to luck, but their overall strength was also outstanding. For a moment, no one rashly attacked. Their eyes looked to their left, right, and front. They were vigilant and tried to make sure that there were no enemies behind them. A strange scene appeared. The 100 of them were scattered around the edge of the large arena, watching. Immediately, some of them began to move. As soon as they attacked to the side, forming a chain reaction. Everyone followed suit. Punches broke through the air, palms whistled, leg shadows swept, sword light was sharp, saber light was cold. Everyone showed their true abilities, but they did not use their full strength. In a battle royale, it was necessary to hold back. Chen Zong's sword swept through the air like lightning, causing sparks to fly. Under the sword, one person was repelled, but he did not fall off the arena. However, someone seized the opportunity to attack continuously until that person was forced off the arena. This was not a deliberate team-up, so it was not against the rules. As the first person fell off the arena, a precedent seemed to have been set. Soon, a second and third person appeared. A mere Qi and Blood Realm level 5. Don't even think about being in the top 3. A martial artist at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6 quietly attacked from behind. His attack was decisive and fierce, and his palm was like a mountain collapsing as it blasted towards Chen Zong's back. Chen Zong's figure was like a willow, drifting forward with the wind from the palm. In a flash, he disappeared in front of that person's eyes. Sword light flashed across the sky, creating a crisscross of light and shadow. The sword directly slashed his back. He immediately felt his back being torn apart and fresh blood flowed out. Immediately, a fist wind whistled in front of him. Chen Zong's punch landed on his chest, knocking him off the arena. Holding his sword, he charged forward. The sword light was unpredictable, light, fast, fierce, and fierce. Every sword had at least 3,000 pounds of strength. When it exploded, it was difficult to resist. 1, 2, 3. Good lad. Qin Xinxing's eyes lit up again. Since the beginning of the melee, he had focused his attention on Chen Zong. He found that not only was Chen Zong's swordsmanship excellent, but he was also very experienced in fighting. What's more, Chen Zong had the qualities of a real master. Of course, Chen Zong's cultivation and strength were still very weak at the moment, which only meant that he had a lot of potential. For a martial artist, potential was very important. Without potential, one would not have much of a future. Potential could not be replaced by talent alone. It was related to many aspects: talent, temperament, will, and so on. Besides looking at Chen Zong, he would also look at Tang Junluo, Li Jinshi, and Zhao Wangqing. These three were part of the Wind Martial Four elites with Chen Zong. Although their performance was not as outstanding as Chen Zong's, they were not to be underestimated. Especially Tang Junluo, who had tempered his blood qi 8 times when he was a martial disciple. In the entire history of the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, only a few people could achieve this. In Chen Zong's hand, the treasured iron sword seemed to have come alive. It had many transformations, and when the opponent's attack arrived, it would be quickly broken by Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong would then find a flaw in the opponent's attack and directly attack, defeating the opponent. On the side of the Chen clan, seeing Chen Zong still at ease in the big arena, they all smiled. The 2 people who besieged Chen Zong just now are from the Drizzle Gang, right? Deal with them. Elder Wei's eyes flashed fiercely. It was very dangerous just now. Chen Zong was almost seriously injured and disqualified. On the big arena, there were fewer and fewer people, but the pressure on everyone was increasing. This kind of chaotic battle was like a big wave washing away the sand, leaving only the best. Chen Zong, Tang Junluo, and Li Jinshi still did not meet face to face. Perhaps in each of their hearts, there was a subconscious that they would not meet face to face for the time being. Stop! Suddenly, Qin Xinsheng's voice sounded. On the big arena, everyone paused. With a glance, there were only 10 people left. Now, the top 3 will be decided by the 10 of you. From left to right, number 1 to number 10. Chen Zong was number 3, Tang Junluo was number 2, Li Jinshi was number 6, and Zhao Wangqing was number 8. Number 1 will fight with number 10, number 2 will fight with number 9, number 3 will fight with number 8, number 4 will fight with number 7, number 5 will fight with number 6. The winner will advance to the top 3. Qin Xinsheng said concisely. Other than number 1 and number 10, the other 8 will wait at the side for now. Number 1 came from the Tang clan, while number 10 came from a small clan. Both of them were at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Number 10 was able to fight his way out of more than 900 people and even enter the final battle. It had to be said that his strength was outstanding. With a long spear in hand, number 1 danced, creating a violent whirlwind. Number 10 practiced the broad axe. Martial artists who used this type of weapon were relatively rare. They were either terrible or outstanding. No doubt, number 10's use of the broad axe was outstanding. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. But in the end, number 1 was still better. After all, he came from a wealthy clan and had a foundation that ordinary small clans did not have. Number 1 won and advanced. Number 10 lost and was naturally eliminated. The second round, number 2 against number 9. Number 2 was Tang Junluo. His opponent was Sun Li from the Sun clan, one of the 5 major clans. One was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 5, while the other was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. But it was hard to say who would win. With a golden dragon-patterned spear in hand, Tang Junluo's eyes were domineering, as if he was a king leading his soldiers to the battlefield. His opponent looked serious and did not dare to underestimate him. Fight! Sun Li attacked. His body charged forward like a cheetah. As he approached Tang Junluo, he threw out a punch with both his fists. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a cheetah, swift and fierce. Tang Junluo's eyes became sharp. With the long spear in hand, he suddenly bounced up like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. With the momentum of wind and thunder, the spear shot out like a dragon. Sun Li's body rolled and dodged the long spear. In an instant, he burst out with an even faster speed towards Tang Junluo. Tang Junluo's arms shook and the golden long spear trembled. Like a wave, it violently stirred and chopped down with astonishing momentum. Sun Li's body rolled once again, dodging the spear's attack. His body slammed into the arena, causing a crack to appear on the arena, extending outwards. Flipping over, Sun Li opened up his fists like a cheetah. Swift and fierce, he attacked continuously. The whistling wind from his fists was sharp, as if it could crush limestone. It pressed towards Tang Junluo. Tang Junluo had no choice but to use his footwork martial arts and retreat like a swimming dragon. With a flick of his long spear, a golden spear shadow swept across the sky, turning into countless spear shadows that shot towards Sun Li. Sun Li's chi and blood completely erupted. With a violent roar, the shadow of a cheetah appeared around his body. It shattered the spear shadows and punched towards Tang Junluo's chest. Tang Junluo was forced to retreat, but his body was hit by the spear shadows, bleeding profusely. Although both sides were injured, Tang Junluo was wearing a silver thread inner armor, which offset part of the power of the punch. Adding on his own body's resistance, he only suffered light injuries. Although Sun Li looked like he was bleeding profusely, in reality, they were only superficial wounds. The winner had not been decided yet, so he could still fight. In the end, Sun Li retreated. He knew clearly that with his current condition, he might be able to defeat Tang Junluo, but he would definitely be injured. It would be difficult for him to win the next round, and he had no hope of entering the top 3. Tang Junluo won. The third round, number 3 versus number 8. The battle between True Sword Chen Zong and Cold Blade Zhao Wangqing was undoubtedly exciting. During the last Rising Dragon assembly hosted by Tang Junluo, Chen Zong had fought against Li Zhenshi and Tang Junluo respectively, but he had not fought against Zhao Wangqing. Chen Zong, I will defeat you. Zhao Wangqing's gaze was extremely cold, and his tone was as sharp as a blade. Come. Chen Zong smiled, pointing his sword at Zhao Wangqing. To be honest, he was curious about Zhao Wangqing, as he was also one of the Wind Martial 4 young heroes. Zhao Wangqing's face was cold, and he took a step forward. His long blade emitted a chilling aura, turning into a cold blade light, slashing towards Chen Zong at lightning speed. Chen Zong did not dodge, and he took a step forward, showing an indomitable determination. His wrist trembled slightly, and his sword drew out many sword flowers, spreading out in the air. Then, amidst the sword flowers, a cold sword tip pierced towards Zhao Wangqing. Saber and sword splendor. Zhao Wangqing was using the foundation establishment saber technique of the Zhao family, the 13 slashes of the cold blade. It emphasized sharpness, and each slash was stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, each slash was connected, and when it reached the 13th slash, its power would become extremely terrifying. Moreover, after such a period of time, Zhao Wangqing had finally grasped the opportunity to cultivate the 13 slashes of the cold blade to the tittle realm, making it even more powerful. His chi and blood were as sharp as a blade, further increasing the power of the 13 slashes of the cold blade. Chen Zong was not weak at all, and he used the tittle realm flash thunder sword technique. Strong light and thunder intertwined, and the momentum was astonishing. His sword was extremely powerful, shattering the blade light one after another. In terms of power, the flash thunder sword technique was not inferior to the 13 slashes of the cold blade. In terms of battle experience, skills, and the grasp of timing, Chen Zong was even better than Zhao Wangqing. In terms of cultivation, the two were equal. In terms of cultivation techniques, Chen Zong's true sword heavenly technique was stronger. After a few exchanges, Chen Zong began to gain the upper hand and suppressed Zhao Wangqing. Ice Stream Blade Technique, Ice Stream Cut. Without any hesitation, Zhao Wangqing directly burst out the power of qi and blood, and used the first level of the Ice Stream Blade Technique, a middle-class human-level martial art. The initial level was more powerful than the first level of the advanced level of the inferior human-level martial art. This blade was shining with an astonishing cold light, as if it was frozen by ice, and then fell down like a landslide. The coldness spread all around, and there seemed to be a white fog lingering in the air, which made people exclaim. Not only did Chen Zong not dodge, but he also slashed out with his sword, and the 8 sword lights merged into one in a flash, which was unstoppable. Shadowless dispersion has indeed reached the advanced level. Elder Wei and the other Qin family members squinted their eyes, and were secretly excited. They had heard about it before, but today they saw it with their own eyes. He directly shattered the cold blade light, knocked the long blade away, and at the moment when it hit Zhao Wangqing, he turned his wrist, and changed it to a slap with the sword, which repelled Zhao Wangqing. Zhao Wangqing was not seriously injured because he was wearing the silver silk inner armor, but he could not stop after being repelled for more than 10 steps. Chapter 64. Little Tang is going to get his lunchbox again. Number 4 and Number 7 were fighting. Number 4 was from the Li clan, using a sword. Number 7 was from the Zhao clan, using a saber. The saber and the sword clashed again. The sword art was exquisite and the saber art was sharp. Both of them used martial arts from the foundation establishment stage to the intermediate stage of mortal-level martial arts. Both of them had reached the initial stage and were very powerful. After a while, they used all their moves. In the end, Li Tukai from the Li clan seized a chance and defeated Zhao Zian from the Zhao clan. Then, it was Number 5 and Number 6. Number 5 was from the Wang clan of the 5 clans. His name was Wang Xunglei, the second brother of Wang Shenghong. He was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6, and was good at fist arts. Number 6 was Li Jinshe. Tang Junluo won, Chen Zong won, and Zhao Wangqing lost. Only Li Jinshe of the Wind Martial 4 had not entered the ring yet. He looked calm, but he could not help but feel a little pressure. Li Jinshe's sword had a kind of elegance that was worthy of being called a famous sword. It was like a gentle breeze blowing, making people feel comfortable. The sword light was hidden in it, and it could unknowingly defeat people and take their lives. Wang Xunglei's fist arts were powerful and heavy. Every punch was like a boulder rolling down from the top of a mountain. Combined with his Qi and Blood Realm level 6 cultivation, it was very scary. The wind seemed to be everywhere. Wherever the wind went, the sword light would follow. Wang Xunglei's fists were very stable. Like a boulder rolling down, one punch followed by another. No matter how strong the wind was, they would not be shaken. Li Jinshe's cultivation was still far from Wang Xunglei's. It was difficult to find a flaw. It became a war of attrition. Break. After a tough battle, Wang Xunglei relied on his higher cultivation base and greater endurance to find an opportunity to unleash his Qi blood and punch out. Lower mortal level martial art, boulder break. This punch was like a boulder falling from the sky. It carried a terrifying aura and directly blew a breeze. Li Jinshe had to put his sword in front of him to block this punch. Wang Xunglei's fist collided with the sword, causing it to bend in an instant. It landed on Li Jinshe's chest. With a bang, Li Jinshe was pushed back, his blood and Qi shaking. Wang Xunglei seized the opportunity and threw out another punch. It could be seen that Wang Xunglei's combat experience was very rich, and he was the type to fight steadily and surely. This kind of opponent, unless one could use absolute strength or find an obvious flaw to directly defeat him, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Especially in a situation where there was an obvious gap in their cultivation levels. Li Jinshe was finally defeated. There were still 5 people standing in the arena. Tang Jiuhe, Tang Junluo, Chen, Li Tukai, Wang Xunglei. There are only 5 of you left. Who wants to withdraw? Qin Xinqing swept his gaze across them and asked. The first match was between Tang Qiu and Tang Junluo. For some reason, they did not fight, because Tang Qiu directly admitted defeat. Tang Junluo against Chen Zong. Chen Zong, this is our third battle. This time, I will defeat you. Tang Junluo's eyes flashed as he looked at Chen Zong. He was ready to fight. I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Chen Zong smiled. Not necessarily. Tang Junluo let out a hearty laugh. He held the long spear with both hands and suddenly shook it. The cold light was like a shooting star. The spear was like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss. It exploded with the most tyrannical power and blasted towards Chen Zong. The terrifying sound of wind whistling was like a storm. It made people's scalps tingle. The pressure was so strong that Chen Zong almost couldn't breathe. Sword light flashed. The sword broke the pressure and stabbed towards Tang Junluo. This was the third time they had exchanged blows. The first battle was a draw. The second battle was won by Chen Zong. What about the third? Tang Junluo's subtlety realm hidden dragon spear art became even more exquisite. The power of each spear strike was even more tyrannical. It was as if a golden flood dragon was dancing in the air, circling around and blasting towards Chen Zong. Under Chen Zong's sword, afterimage, whisking willow, eagle shot, thunder flash, and the 8 forms of the true sword were all unleashed. Different sword techniques were executed alternately, thrusting, tapping, hacking, and all sorts of other methods were used to shatter the spear ray and suppress Tang Junluo, causing Tang Junluo's movements to become more and more restrained. The long spear was a long weapon. It was suitable for charging and breaking through enemy lines. It was also suitable for one to fight against many people. Using it in a one-on-one fight required a high level of attainment. Otherwise, the essence of the spear could not be brought out. The sword was different. Compared to the long spear, it was more suitable for one-on-one fights, especially close combat. Chen Zong's attainment in sword arts was very high. As soon as he got close to him, Tang Junluo was immediately restrained. Using the swimming dragon steps, Tang Junluo retreated quickly, like a swimming dragon. At the same time, the long spear stabbed out violently. Countless spear light like stars pierced towards Chen Zong. However, under Chen Zong's sword, they were shattered one by one and turned into nothingness. Chen Zong, take my spear. Tang Junluo shouted. The power of qi and blood burst out. The long spear with golden dragon patterns trembled. The patterns on it seemed to be stained with blood. Tang Junluo blasted out a terrible momentum. Flying dragon! The blood-red patterns on the long spear seemed to come alive. With a dragon's roar, the whole long spear turned into a golden dragon. It soared into the sky like a flying dragon. The first level of the flying dragon spear art, a middle-class martial art of the Tang family. Tang Junluo had practiced this spear art to the peak of the minor completion. It was only a step away from the profound completion. This spear art was extremely ferocious. It combined Tang Junluo's tyrannical strength with the power of qi and blood, making it even more terrifying. The golden dragon shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. Shadowless dispersion. Chen Zong's power of qi and blood burst out. 8 sword lights shone, making it difficult for people to look directly at them. In a flash, they condensed into one. It was extremely bright. Even Qin Xinqing, who had surpassed the qi and blood realm, had to squint his eyes to not feel uncomfortable. As the sword slashed down, the terrifying sword light collided with the golden dragon. The sword light seemed to be able to split everything. The golden dragon could not resist and was directly shattered. The power of the flying dragon, at the peak of the minor completion, was indeed very strong. It was obviously better than the profound completion of the first level of the inferior human rank martial art. It was not inferior to the complete completion, so it was naturally more difficult to practice. The flying dragon spear art was a martial art that focused on attacking power. However, the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship was not. It focused more on dazzling light. However, the second level of the diffraction swordsmanship focused on gathering the sword light and greatly increasing its power. It shattered the golden dragon. It was unstoppable. Tang Junluo's expression changed drastically. He quickly held his spear in front of him to block the sword. The sound of metal clashing reverberated in everyone's ears, piercing through metal and cracking rocks. Under the terrifying slash of the sword, Tang Junluo was forced to retreat. The arena was very big. It was not easy to fall down. Chen Zong took a step forward. His body was like riding the wind. Tang Junluo's eyes could not see clearly between the flickering sword light. He could only barely wave his spear around his body to block the attack. However, he felt that his body was being attacked continuously. He could not stop retreating at all. The sword light hit Tang Junluo's body several times in a row. Chen Zong did not hurt him. Suddenly, he withdrew his sword and stood up. Tang Junluo stopped. His spear was still in his hand, but he knew that he had lost. He had lost again. In terms of cultivation, he was not inferior to Chen Zong. In terms of martial arts level, he was better than Chen Zong. In terms of strength, he was better than Chen Zong. How could he lose? For a moment, Tang Junluo could not see clearly. Tang Junluo took a deep breath and said to Chen Zong, "I won't repeat the same thing thrice. The fourth time, I will definitely defeat you." Failure was not scary. What was scary was losing the will to fight after failure. Tang Junluo was not like that. He was still full of fighting spirit. In the third round, Li Tukai and Wang Xunglei were fighting. Wang Xunglei was still fighting steadily. Li Tukai was strong, but he did not have the upper hand. In the end, he was defeated by Wang Xunglei. In the fourth round, Tang Jihe and Chen Zong. Tang Jihe's spear art was the same as Tang Junluo's. However, Tang Junluo's spear art was like a king. Although it was still very faint, it was still in its embryonic stage. Tang Jihe's spear art, on the other hand, was like a general on horseback charging into battle. Compared to Tang Junluo, Tang Jihe's spear art was more experienced. After watching the battle between Chen Zong and Tang Junluo, he knew that he could not give Chen Zong any chance. He kept stabbing with his spear, not giving Chen Zong any chance to escape. Chen Zong swung his sword and stood on the spot without moving, and only his figure swayed like a swaying willow as he shattered numerous spear images and directly charged out through a trace of a flaw in the formation. If he did not move, it might be difficult to find a flaw. However, once he moved, a flaw would definitely appear. Chen Zong would not let it go. Tang Qiu countered with sword after sword, executing several refinement realm sword techniques one after another, changing unpredictably. The previous sword was alternating between light and shadow, the next sword was sharp, and the next sword was flexible. The different styles made Tang Qiu feel like he could not keep up with Tang Qiu. Tang Jihe had no choice but to unleash his qi and blood to perform the flying dragon spear art. Dragon in the sky, an indomitable aura spread out. Chen Zong also performed the shadowless division and defeated it with one strike. In the fifth round, Tang Junluo and Li Tukai. In the end, Tang Junluo lost by a small margin. Although Li Tukai won, it was not easy at all. In the sixth round, Wang Xunglei and Tang Jihe. Once again, Wang Xunglei displayed his strengths and defeated Tang Jihe. In the seventh round, Chen Zong and Li Tukai were the opponent. It was a duel between swords. Every battle was a consumption of energy, especially when performing a graded martial art. The consumption of qi and blood was the most obvious. For example, Chen Zong had performed the shadowless division twice so far. With his qi and blood, he could only perform it once more. It was the same for Li Tukai. He could only perform the qi and blood of a graded martial art once more. Although his opponent's cultivation was not as high as his, Li Tukai did not dare to underestimate him. On the contrary, he valued Chen Zong very much. As soon as he entered the arena, he assumed the starting stance of the breeze sword technique. His eyes were fixed on Chen Zong, but he did not take the initiative to attack. Chapter 65. The sword radiance was like the wind, light, lightning, and shadow. Li Tukai's breeze swordsmanship was different from Li Jinshi's. Li Jinshi's breeze swordsmanship was like a gentle breeze. There was no sword radiance or sound, only a breeze. Li Tukai's clear wind sword art was executed, but one after another, it was accompanied by a faint flicker of light. It was as if the wind that blew through the canyon was even colder. However, no matter how cold the wind was, it was shattered by Chen Zong's sword. Without fighting with Chen Zong, one would never understand the feeling of being restrained. 5 completely different foundation-building swordsmanship, but all of them had reached the realm of imperceptibility. Under Chen Zong's sword, they seemed to be alive and very flexible. Li Tukai knew that if this continued, he would definitely be defeated. He was like a mosquito caught in a net, unable to struggle. Like a gust of wind, he retreated quickly to get some space. The power of qi and blood burst out. His sword trembled slightly, and a whirlwind seemed to be circling around the sword, whistling. The first level of the whirlwind swordsmanship, a mid-class martial art of the Li family. Whirlwind rising from the ground. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword wind whistled. It appeared out of nowhere and transformed into a whirlwind that swept towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's body flashed, and he used the wind stepping step. As if riding the wind, he stepped out and avoided the whirlwind. With the second step, he rushed towards Li Tukai with his sword. Rapid sword style. The sword radiance was swift, and in a flash, 5 swords stabbed towards different parts of Li Tukai's body. Explosive sword style. The sword was like a giant cannon shattering the air. It was so terrifying that Li Tukai's face changed. He could only raise his sword to block it. The sound of metal clashing rang out as countless sparks flew like fireworks in the night sky. Chen Zong's body trembled as he felt a wave of tyrannical rebounding force that made him want to retreat. He immediately adjusted his body and spun his body, taking a step forward and using the rebounding force as his own. He once again raised his sword and chopped down heavily. Chopping sword style. Li Tukai had just stabilized his retreating figure when a terrifying sword light slashed down in front of him. It was extremely dazzling, and the sound was like a demonic sound that poured into his brain. Chen Zong's sword started to attack. It was like an endless wave, making Li Tukai feel suffocated. Retreat, retreat, retreat. When Li Tukai retreated to the edge of the arena, another sword came. Li Tukai could not avoid falling off the arena. All right. The Chen clan's people were beaming with joy. Although Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm, his ability was much stronger than many at the peak of the 6th stage of the qi and blood realm. However, the difference between the peak of the 6th stage and the 7th stage of the qi and blood realm was obvious. The 8th match was between Wang Xunglei and Tang Junluo. Once again, Tang Junluo used Soaring Dragon, while Wang Xunglei used Boulder Breaker. Once again, Tang Junluo won by a slight margin. It seems that the winner will be Chen Zong and Wang Xunglei. At this point, Chen Zong had won 3 matches in a row, and Wang Xunglei had also won 3 matches in a row. Who would be first and who would be second would depend on the battle between the two of them. Second brother will definitely win, Wang Shenghong from the Wang clan said confidently. The Wang clan's people beside him nodded in agreement. That might not be the case, someone from the Chen clan retorted. Both parties started arguing about who would be the winner. Chen Zong, you're not weak. If we're at the same cultivation level, I might not be your match, Wang Xunglei said in a low voice as he faced Chen Zong. Not now. Chen Zong did not lack confidence. It's good to be confident. I hope it won't turn into arrogance. Wang Xunglei smiled and got into the starting stance of his fist technique. His entire body was like a huge boulder standing on the arena. It was as if he was indestructible, but also as if he would explode with shocking power with a single move. At this moment, everyone was watching. The battle for the first place was always the most attention-grabbing. As for the second and third place, although they would also receive rewards, they did not receive as much attention. Whether it was for fame or fortune, neither Chen Zong nor Wang Xunglei would give up on the battle for the first place. Chen Zong pointed his sword at Wang Xunglei in the starting stance of the Thunder Flash sword technique. It was as if dark clouds were gathering, and under the dark clouds, lightning was brewing. Wang Xunglei moved. His fists were like two rolling stones, rumbling as they rolled towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong drew his sword with the momentum of a thunderbolt. It was swift and fierce, and there seemed to be a burning smell in the air. Both Wang Xunglei and Chen Zong had fought for several rounds, and their qi and blood were almost exhausted. Both of them had taken beast blood pills to recover their qi and blood, but it was only a short time, so they had only recovered a little. Both of them urged their qi and blood to exert their greatest strength. Their fists and swords were shockingly powerful. Wang Xunglei was wearing boxing gloves with precious iron plates on the surface. He fearlessly collided with Chen Zong's precious iron sword again and again. Chen Zong had only been a spectator just now. Now that they had exchanged blows, Chen Zong had experienced Wang Xunglei's steady style of fighting. It was very hard and very resilient. Unless one had absolute strength to break through it, or found a more obvious flaw, it would be very difficult to defeat it directly. Wang Xunglei's fists were not only steady, but also difficult to find a flaw. Wang Xunglei also experienced Chen Zong's swordsmanship. It was like the weather. One moment it was sunny, the next it was cloudy, and the next it was windy, frost, snow, and rain. Everyone had adaptability, but just as Wang Xunglei was about to adapt to Chen Zong's sword technique, his next move had changed. He had no choice but to readjust. If he readjusted frequently, it would mess up his style and expose his flaws. Chen Zong immediately caught that flaw, and the sword light went straight, unstoppable. The sword immediately disrupted Wang Xunglei's fighting rhythm. If there are no accidents, Chen Zong is going to win, Qin Xinqing said to himself. Almost every master above the qi and blood realm thought so. The rhythm of a battle was very important to a martial artist. Once their rhythm was disrupted, they would gradually be brought into the opponent's rhythm. They could only dodge and parry, unable to counterattack. First place, I'm determined to win. Wang Xunglei suddenly growled, and a scarlet light seemed to flash in his eyes. In the next moment, his qi and blood became abnormal. Chen Zong could acutely sense that Wang Xunglei's qi and blood were fluctuating violently. The temperature of his body seemed to rise, and his skin turned red, as if he was about to burn. What's this? Chen Zong frowned slightly. Qi and blood burning. Qin Xinqing shook his head slightly, as if he felt that it was not worth it to use the burning blood technique in such a battle. Big brother, use the burning blood technique, you'll win for sure. Wang Xinghong was very excited. This child is too competitive. The Wang family elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wang Xunglei looked like a steady person, but in reality, he was very competitive. Boulder break. Wang Xunglei's qi and blood burned, and his strength surged. He raised his fist, and countless breaths filled the air. It was faintly red, as if it had turned into a blood-stained boulder. With shocking strength, it blasted towards Chen Zong without mercy. Wang Xunglei's punch made everyone's expression change. Even a qi and blood realm 7th stage martial artist would have to take it seriously. Taking a deep breath, he felt a burning sensation in his face, and it was difficult to breathe. Chen Zong knew that he had to show more strength. His physical strength was still abundant. Although he had not mastered the first level of bodybuilding technique, his physical strength had improved significantly. His qi and blood had also recovered partially due to the beast blood pill, and it was about 50%. 50% is enough, Chen Zong said to himself. In an instant, 50% of his physical strength and 50% of his qi and blood merged into one, turning into a torrent of energy that poured into the iron sword. In an instant, he slashed out. An intense light bloomed, and under the light, a shadow spread out. The light and shadow coexisted and changed at the same time, covering an area of 4 meters in front of him. True secret? Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. The power of this sword was much stronger than the shadowless dispersion that had reached the realm of great success. What sword technique is that? Almost all the qi refining experts were stunned. They stared at the intense light and shadow, and their faces were full of surprise. Qin Xinshin frowned. Even with his knowledge, he could not tell. He only felt that the sword attack Chen Zong had unleashed had an indescribable feeling, which was unique and profound. However, no matter what, he did not think that it was related to the true arcana realm. The light and shadow intertwined. Other than Chen Zong, the other qi and blood realm experts could not see anything. Only the qi refining experts could see that within the light and shadow, an extremely bright sword light collided with the blood-stained boulder. Both of them paused for a moment. Then, the sword light cut through the blood-stained boulder. The sword light dimmed, and the surrounding light and shadow fluctuated, almost collapsing. However, the sword still cut through Wang Shenglei's fist, directly breaking the precious iron plate on the glove. Wang Shenglei's body swayed, and the redness on his skin quickly faded. It was replaced by a kind of paleness, as if he had overused his energy. His breath was weak. Even though his face was full of unwillingness, Wang Shenglei knew that he had lost. After using the burning blood technique, his qi and blood were depleted. His body entered a temporary state of weakness, and he could not fight anymore. He won. Chen Zong won. First place, haha. After so many years, our Chen family finally has someone who can win first place in this big arena. The Chen family was overjoyed. On the other hand, the Wang family was the opposite. The Drizzle Gang leader's face was gloomy. He stared at Chen Zong with a strange light in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Wang Shenglei could not defeat Chen Zong even after using the burning blood technique to instantly increase his strength. How strong was Chen Zong? The last match was between Li Tukai and Wang Shenglei. Wang Shenglei had not recovered yet, so he admitted defeat. The top 3 have been decided. Qin Xinxing smiled and said, Wang Shenglei, third place, will be rewarded with 10,000 white jade coins. Wang Shenglei's face was pale, and he did not show the slightest joy. His goal was to win first place, but he ended up in third place. Second place, Li Tukai, will be rewarded with 30,000 white jade coins and a silver-threaded inner armor. A smile appeared on Li Tukai's face. He felt that it was not bad to be able to obtain second place. First place, Chen Zong, will be rewarded with 50,000 white jade coins, a silver-threaded inner armor, and the white cauldron token of the Dingtian Pavilion. Congratulations! Qin Xinxing looked at Chen Zong with a smile in his eyes. Chen Zong took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. However, he could not help but think that 50,000 white jade coins was enough for him to buy 6 portions of the ice-fire poison membrane ointment. If he counted the 10% discount of the white cauldron token and the jade coins he had saved, it would be enough for him to buy 7 portions. Chapter 66. The Spring Festival is approaching, and the atmosphere of the Spring Festival is very festive. The sky was blue, and the sun was shining brightly. A group of 100 youths rushed out from the martial Wind City, and each of them formed a group and walked forward quickly. Chernzong, do you dare to bet with me? Wang Shunglei stared at Chernzong and said in a deep voice, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. I'm not betting. Chernzong didn't even listen to the contents of the bet and directly responded. Everyone was stunned, and Wang Shunglei almost choked. Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, and the rest were secretly laughing. Coward! The Wang clan's disciples immediately mocked. What did you say? Who's a coward? You're just a loser. Chernzong just doesn't want to bother with you. The Chern clan's disciples immediately retorted. Chernzong, let's bet on who will lead their clan's team to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy first. Wang Shunglei suppressed the noise and said coldly to Chernzong, if I lose, I'll give you 50,000 white jade coins. If you lose, you'll also give me 50,000 white jade coins. Everyone here can testify. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard this. 50,000 white jade coins. This number was a huge sum for Li Zhenshi and Tang Junluo, and the two of them couldn't easily take out such a sum. 50,000 white jade coins. Chernzong was also very surprised, and his mind was moved. Now, whenever he heard anything related to jade coins, he would have thought, if he could win against Wang Shunglei and obtain the 50,000 white jade coins, he would have 100,000 white jade coins. Although there was a huge gap between 100,000 white jade coins and 1,000,000, it was still a hope. Okay, the bet is set. Chernzong thought and immediately agreed. As for losing, Chernzong also thought about it. However, if he wanted to reap the rewards, he had to take risk. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. Those martial artists who entered the deep mountains to search for herbs and treasures might be able to earn a lot of money, but at the same time, their lives were also in their hands. If he didn't want to lose, then he had to do his best to win. Okay, don't deny it when the time comes. Wang Shunglei sneered and waved his hand, leading the Wang clan's disciples forward quickly. Let's go. Chernzong also said and led the Chen's disciples forward. Half of the top 100 of the Wind martial elites were disciples of the 3 major clans and 5 major clans. The remaining half of them were from dozens of small forces in Martial Wind City, and a few of them were independent martial artists. Martial Academy. Martial Academy. Martial. Martial. They weren't willing to give up. Moreover, according to their understanding, it was the same for the previous tournaments. Most of them were able to safely reach the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy within the stipulated time. The Wang and Qin clan disciples had a bet. Although the disciples of the other major clans didn't make a bet, they were all competing with each other. Whoever reached the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy first would have the upper hand in terms of momentum. The disciples of the major clans formed their own teams or formed an alliance. The independent martial artists also formed an alliance. On the Qin clan side, including Chernzong, there were a total of 5 people. They were Chernzong, Chernzong, Qin Kaiwei, Qin Wenzi, and Qin Ji. Among the 5, Chernzong had the lowest cultivation. The other 4 were at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, they were very respectful to Chernzong. Chernzong wasn't only the strongest in the Qin clan hall, he was also the champion of the Wind Martial City's elite tournament. Qin Kaiwei, who had always wanted Chernzong's treasured iron sword and was at odds with Chernzong, also sincerely apologized to Chernzong. As they were both disciples of the Qin clan, there was no enmity between the two. Qin Kaiwei also sincerely apologized, so naturally, Chernzong wouldn't fuss about it. Under normal circumstances, with our speed and the distance between Wind Martial City and the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, it shouldn't be a problem to arrive in 3 days. Chen Wenzi rubbed his nose and said. He had done all kinds of homework recently and had a deeper understanding of this. He took out a roll of craft paper from his bosom and opened it. To his surprise, it was a simple hand-drawn map. Look, if we depart from Wind Marshal City, we will have to pass through Red Leaves Forest, Black Bee Mountain, Abyssal White River, and Galloping Horse Plain. Chunwenza pointed at a forest mark drawn with red paint on the map. According to my investigation, there are ferocious beasts roaming around Red Leaves Forest, but I have never heard of any demon beasts. With our strength, there is no need to worry about our safety. Everyone listened to Chunwenza's words. Chunwenza's gaze was mainly on Chunzong, because there was no doubt that Chunzong was the leader of the five. Continue. Chunzong nodded. There are many black bee nests in Black Bee Mountain. Normal black bees are nothing, but the Black Bee King is a rank 1 lower rank demon beast. It is not much of a threat to us. The problem is that once the black bees appear, there will be at least a few hundred of them. Their stingers are poisonous. Once stung, even a martial practitioner will feel numb all over and lose the ability to resist. Chunwenza's tone was somewhat serious. Therefore, on Black Bee Mountain, it is best not to act rashly. If you encounter a swarm of black bees, try to hide if you can. White Precipice River is a branch of the Hidden Dragon River. It is said that the river is very rapid, but there will be a period of time when it is relatively calm. During that time, we can take advantage of it to cross the river safely. However, we must also be careful because there are demon beasts residing in White Precipice River. Chunwenza seemed to be very diligent. The last Galloping Horse Plain is a grassland. There are herds of wild horses and demon beasts residing there as well. However, it is said that they are all rank 1 demon beasts, and rank 2 demon beasts rarely appear. If we are careful, we can also pass through safely. Finally, we will arrive at the foot of Dragon Horn Peak of Hidden Dragon Mountain, which is also the location of the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Kid, you have a very detailed understanding. Chunzong patted Chunwenza's shoulder and smiled. I am used to making preparations in advance. Chunwenza smiled. With Chunwenza's explanation, everyone had a better understanding of the journey and had a better idea of what to do. Everyone, I have accepted Wang Shenglei's bet. Naturally, I will do my best to win. If I win, each of us will get 10,000 white jade coins. Chunzong said, Don't worry. If I lose, I will pay the 50,000 white jade coins. Blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Some things must be made clear so as to avoid any grudges. No, Chunzong. This is a bet between you and Wang Shenglei. Whatever you win is yours. Chunzong quickly said. Chun Kaiwe and Chunwenza also nodded in agreement. Chun Ji's lips moved as if he wanted to say something but did not. It is true that this is a bet between Wang Shenglei and I, but whether we can win or not is not up to me alone. I also need your support. Since the 5 of us work together, we will naturally share any gains. Chunzong said with a smile. It was not that he did not think of monopolizing the 50,000 white jade coins if he won. After all, that was 50,000 white jade coins. He did not know how long it would take to earn that much. However, he was not an insatiable person. Since he was young, he remembered every word of his father's teachings in his heart. All right, let's not argue about this anymore. It is still unknown whether we can win or not. Chunzong continued. What we need to do now is to hurry up and reach the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy before the Wang family. All right, let's go. When everyone heard this, they were all in high spirits. If they won, each of them would be able to get 10,000 white jade coins. To them, this was also a huge sum of money. Naturally, they had to do their best. The 5 of them moved quickly. When they ran, they were not inferior to horses. Moreover, each of them had reached the 5th or 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. They were full of stamina. As long as they were not running at their maximum speed, they could maintain it for a long time before resting. After running for about an hour, the silhouette of Martial Wind City disappeared. In front of them appeared a sea of fiery red. It was like a long wall of fire that was unusually eye-catching under the sun. "That is the Red Leaves Forest," Chen Wenzi said as he pointed at the fiery red ahead. After a short rest, everyone continued running. The Red Leaves Forest was getting closer and closer. The Red Leaves Forest was filled with red leaves trees. Each one of them was at least 5 meters tall. The leaves were dense and fiery red in color. Each leaf was shaped like a palm, and they were also the size of a palm. They formed a large patch. When the wind blew past, it was like waves of fire that were endless. They looked at the sky. "Let's try to pass through the Red Leaves Forest as soon as possible," Chen Zong said as everyone sat down to eat dry rations to replenish their stamina. It was only afternoon and there was still some time before evening. If they passed through the Red Leaves Forest, they would rest at the foot of Black Wasp Mountain for the night. They would cross Black Wasp Mountain at dawn. Otherwise, entering Black Wasp Mountain at night would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for them. If they alerted the Black Wasp swarm, it would be a big problem. No one had any objections to Chen Zong's suggestion. Under such circumstances, even if Chen Zong suggested crossing Black Wasp Mountain at night, they would not object directly. The 5 of them quickly traversed through the Red Leaves Forest. Occasionally they would see wild beasts such as jackals and wolves. Wild beasts had good instincts. Perhaps they sensed that these humans were not simple and were unwilling to come close. They would retreat immediately after seeing them from afar. Otherwise, they would most likely become food for Chen Zong and the rest. The sun gradually turned red and set in the west. When the sun was about to set, Chen Zong and the rest had reached the edge of the Red Leaves Forest. After the Red Leaves Forest was Black Wasp Mountain. Under the dusk, it looked very tranquil. Other than the Chen family team, the disciples of other families had also reached the end of the Red Leaves Forest and arrived at the foot of Black Wasp Mountain. "We will rest here tonight and leave at dawn," Chen Zong said. "Okay." Chen Zong and the rest had no objections. The Wang family team led by Wang Xunglei stopped not far away from Chen Zong and the rest. He looked up at the Black Wasp Mountain that was hundreds of meters tall with a cold expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Wang Xunglei turned around and looked at the Wang family disciples who were about to set up camp. "All of you, follow me." "What?" The Wang family disciples were stunned. "All of you, follow me. We have to cross Black Wasp Mountain now," Wang Xunglei said. "Are you crazy? Don't you know that it is more dangerous to cross Black Wasp Mountain at night?" One of the Wang family disciples was shocked. Why would the Wang family disciples be afraid of danger? "Follow me, or you will be punished according to the family rules," Wang Xunglei glared and said angrily. Chapter 67. New Year's Greetings in Advance. The Wang family is really stupid. To think that they would break into Black Wasp Mountain at night. Ignore them. Just keep an eye on our target. Strike while they're sleeping. 2 black shadows were hiding not far away from the family disciples. They blended into the night and were undetectable. If Wang Xunglei breaks into Black Wasp Mountain at night, will he arrive at 7 Lights Martial Academy before us? Chen Ji asked somewhat nervously. "It's possible." Chen Zong nodded. He was not in a hurry. It would be useless. If the bet was only for one person, he could take the risk. But there was no way he would bring the other 4 people to Black Wasp Mountain at night. One careless mistake and his life would be in danger. Chen Zong knew very well which was more important, human life and money. "Don't worry. Black Wasp Mountain at night is very dangerous. Not only are there black wasps, there are also other demon beasts. The danger is at least 10 times higher than during the day. Wang Xunglei and the others may not be able to pass through easily," Chen Wenzi said. Chen Zhong and Chen Kaiwen nodded and did not express any opinions. In fact, they were not willing to break into Black Wasp Mountain at night either. Chen Zong stood up and walked to the side to practice his sword art. Seeing Chen Zong working so hard, Chen Zong and the others also stood up and practiced their foundation establishment martial art. This Chen Zong is really hard-working. We can't lose to him. Immediately, everyone began to practice. After practicing for 3 hours, Chen Zong stopped to rest. The black iron block that opened the stone chamber was placed in a secret pocket on his left chest. The first place reward of 50,000 white jade coins was 5 banknotes worth 10,000. It was also placed close to his body along with the small sword scripture. The 7 Lights Martial Academy's admission certificate was also placed in the secret pocket. The silver thread inner armor was worn under the martial clothes to protect his body. The Celestial Pavilion's white cauldron token was also placed in the secret pocket on his chest. However, it was placed on his right chest. There were heavy iron arm guards weighing 150 kilograms each on his arms. Other than that, there was also a cloth bag. Inside the cloth bag were dried food, jade coins, energy pills and beast blood pills. There was also a bamboo bottle hanging on his waist. Leaning comfortably against a relatively clean rock, Chen Zong closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. However, he was recalling the contents of the burning blood technique in his mind. The burning blood technique was the forbidden technique that Wang Xinglei had used at the end of their battle. Forbidden techniques, as the name implied, were secret techniques that could not be casually used. Once a forbidden technique was used, there would definitely be strong side effect. Before this, Chen Zong didn't even know about the existence of the forbidden art. He was born in a low family and his cultivation was not high, so he didn't know much about it. However, after seeing Wang Xinglei display it, he returned to the clan hall and asked the elder about it. The elder did not hide anything from him. The burning blood technique was a relatively widespread forbidden technique. The 3 great clans, 5 great clans, and some other forces had mastered it. However, the side effects would be relatively small when used by someone whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. This was because the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm would form a small circulation of Qi and Blood, which would eliminate the side effects to a certain extent. As long as one did not overuse it, one's foundation would not be damaged. When someone below the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm used the burning blood technique, their Qi and Blood would be depleted in an instant. Their entire body would be weak and powerless. If they used it for a little longer, their Qi and Blood might be damaged. In serious cases, their Qi and Blood would deteriorate and they would lose their cultivation. Could it be that father wasn't simply injured back then? Thinking of the serious consequences of using the burning blood technique, Chen Zong suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, this thought also appeared in his mind. Deteriorating Qi and Blood, and losing one's cultivation were clearly the same consequences as overusing the burning blood technique. It should be. Chen Zong closed his eyes again. Father is a martial artist of the Qin clan, and he's also at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. It's normal for him to cultivate the burning blood technique. According to the elders in the clan hall, every disciple of the clan who reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm could cultivate the burning blood technique. They could not use it normally and could only use it during critical moments such as life and death situations. After all, they would not care about the side effects if they were about to lose their lives. There was only hope if they were alive. Using the burning blood technique causes one's Qi and Blood to instantly collide with one's body, causing one's Qi and Blood to explode at a high temperature and ignite in an instant. From there, it produces an even greater force of 500 kilograms. In other words, after using the burning blood technique with my cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm, the increase in strength is comparable to an ordinary 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Once I use the Sky Light and Cloud Shadow Sword, the power will only be more tyrannical, Chen Zong thought to himself. After learning about the burning blood technique from the elders in the clan hall last night, Chun Zong requested that the elders teach him the burning blood technique. Of course, he would not use it normally. However, if he were to encounter an irresistible danger, it might be able to save his life. As the night deepened, the youths fell asleep one after another. They needed to rest up so that they could climb Mt. Black Fengshan better tomorrow. However, someone had to keep watch at night. According to the agreement of the 5 members of the Qin family, Chunji would keep watch for an hour first before the others would take turns until dawn. Out of nowhere, a dark cloud drifted over and covered the waning moon, causing the world to become even darker. Only the balls of bonfires were more obvious. The flames flickered in the wind, causing sparks to fly everywhere. As the wind blew, it was chilly. However, all of them were martial artists with strong qi and blood, so they were not afraid of the cold wind. Chunji looked around and saw that there was no movement, so he sat down as well. He felt that there were many disciples of the clan here, so there was no need for him to be so focused. In fact, there were a lot of people who had the same idea. They just looked around casually. Under normal circumstances, no ferocious beasts would dare to approach them. As for bandits and the like, they had long since disappeared after being cleaned up over the years. It could be said that the dangers one would encounter on the way from Martial Wind City to Seven Lights Martial Academy mainly came from Mt. Black Fengshan, Abyssal River, and Galloping Horse Plain. Time passed slowly. When the first batch of night watchers had been on duty for almost an hour and was about to be replaced, 2 black shadows approached quietly from the side with their backs facing Chunji. They slowly approached the Qin family disciples and quietly moved towards Chun Zong's direction. When the black shadows approached Chun Zong, they raised their palms and aimed at Chun Zong's heart. Suddenly, they struck down fiercely. At the same time, Chun Zong opened his eyes. A strong sense of danger caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. He felt a chill down his spine. Without any hesitation or time to think, he immediately rolled to the side and pulled out his sword. The sword beam was extremely sharp and shone on the eyes of the 2 black shadows, forcing them to close their eyes and retreat quickly. "Who is it? Who is it? What's going on?" Immediately, someone was awakened. When he saw the 2 black shadows, he shouted and asked. When the 2 black shadows saw that their assassination had failed and exposed their tracks, they did not escape. Without a word, they attacked again, flanking Chun Zong from both sides. Their attacks were extremely fast and fierce, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura. Just now, in order to assassinate Chun Zong, they did not use the power of blood qi. Now that their tracks had been exposed, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Blood qi realm level 8. Chun Zong's expression changed abruptly. This kind of blood qi energy fluctuation obviously exceeded the blood qi realm level 7 by a lot, but it did not reach the strength of the blood qi realm level 9. He had no idea why 2 blood qi realm level 8 black-clothed men suddenly appeared, and their target was obviously him. Kill! Tang Junluo and the others attacked one after another. They did not know that the 2 black-clothed men's target was Chun Zong. Get lost! Their hoarse voices were filled with irritation. The 2 black-clothed men attacked, and the wind from their palms whistled. It was as if a hurricane had appeared on the ground, and it directly forced the approaching crowd to retreat. The blood qi realm level 8 was the great circulation of blood qi. When channeling the power of blood qi, one's arm strength could reach at least 8,000 caddies. It was extremely terrifying, and each of their moves contained great power. The highest cultivation among the crowd was only at the blood qi realm level 6. No matter how strong their strength was, it was only slightly more than 4,000 caddies. The difference was huge. Wherever the 2 black-clothed men passed, the crowd was sent flying, but no one died. The terrifying pressure swept over, and the killing intent locked onto Chun Zong's body, causing his scalp to go numb. The power of blood qi in his body seemed to slow down and solidify, and it was difficult for him to circulate it. Under the terrifying killing intent of the two men, he almost fainted. "Wake up, I have to wake up." Chen Zong gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He channeled the true sword Heaven Supreme skill with all his might, and the power of blood qi was carried up like an old bull pulling a broken car. Chen Zong also took advantage of the moment when the crowd attacked to quickly retreat. Blood qi realm level 8 enemies were too strong, not to mention two of them. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The further away he was, the faster Chen Zong's blood qi circulated. His speed increased, and he used the wind stepping step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. He retreated 12 meters in an instant. Seeing their target suddenly retreating more than 10 meters away, the two black-clothed men seemed to explode with even more tyrannical power, directly repelling the people in front of them. In an instant they cleared a path and chased after Chen Zong. Qi and blood realm level 8 is powerful and extremely fast. My only way out is to barge into Black Wasp Mountain, Chen Zong thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he used wind stepping steps again and sped towards Black Wasp Mountain. At this critical moment, he could only take a gamble. Oh no, he's going to enter Black Fengshan. Go after him. The two black-clothed men whispered to each other and used their step technique. Their bodies were as light as the wind, and they quickly chased after Chen Zong. Chen Zong consumed a beast blood pill while using the wind stepping step. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the depletion of his blood qi. Escaping was the most important thing. Black Wasp Mountain was eerily quiet at night. Once you entered, you would be out of the range of the flames. The waning moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds, making it impossible to see your fingers in front of you. Even a Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist could only vaguely make out a silhouette not far away. Chen Zong's eyesight was not inferior to a Blood Qi Realm level 9 martial artist. After all, he had been cleansed by the mysterious sword tip. His 5 senses were much better than the average person's. Go, go, go! The beast blood pill dissolved and recovered his blood qi bit by bit. Chen Zong used the wind stepping steps again. He didn't take 4 steps in a straight line. Instead, he dashed left and right. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could vaguely find rocks and the like to block his figure. This would distract the two black-clothed men chasing after him and make it easier for him to escape. The sudden appearance of the black-clothed men, the sudden attack, and the sudden departure. It happened so fast that most people had yet to react. Chapter 68. I'm going back to my hometown for the new year. It was late at night, and it was hard to tell north from south. Chen Zong leaned against a huge rock and let his breathing become very long. Even he found it hard to notice. His heartbeat also became faintly discernible with his long breaths. The beast blood pill dissolved and slowly recovered his almost dried-up blood qi. The murderous intent of 2 qi and blood realm level 8 martial artists made him so tense that he couldn't relax. He didn't dare to let his guard down either. Who knew when the two of them would come for him again? He had to recover every ounce of energy he had and raise his vigilance to the maximum. Only then could he escape and survive. At this moment, Chen Zong didn't even dare to think about who wanted to kill him. Once he thought about it, he would be distracted. If he was distracted, it would be very dangerous if the enemy caught up to him. Once the two men in black entered Black Fengshan, it was as if they blended into the night. Even they couldn't see each other clearly. They could only vaguely make out their outlines with their superior eyesight. At this time, the black bees had already entered the nest to rest unless they were disturbed. However, some other monstrous beasts would appear and walk around. The 5 senses of monstrous beasts were often much better than that of warriors. This was especially true for some monstrous beasts. To them, the night was no different from daytime. A low voice came intermittently from afar, as if two green lights were rapidly approaching. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Beasts! Muttering to himself, Chunzong looked at the green lights. He could vaguely make out a silhouette. As he got closer, the silhouette became clearer. It was a wolf-shaped beast. The beasts on Black Fengshan were mostly level 1 beasts. Chunzong wasn't worried about the danger. He was only worried about the two pursuers. The wolf-shaped beast approached, its green eyes filled with greed and cunning. A low voice came from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, its speed exploded, and the smell of blood rushed towards him. Without a word, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed. The sword was like a ray of light, piercing through the night and the wolf-shaped beast's neck. With a flick of his wrist, he sliced the beast's neck in half and flung it into the distance. Shaking off the blood on his sword, Chunzong sheathed his sword. Without hesitation, he immediately moved in the opposite direction of the beast's corpse. Not long after, two black shadows followed the sound and came here. He escaped again. This kid is too cunning. With the environment of Black Wasp Mountain, it won't be that easy to kill him. Why don't we split up and search? With our strength, we can definitely kill it head-on. Alright. The two of them immediately split up. One of them chased after Chunzong, while the other chased after him in another direction. After running for some distance, Chunzong once again found a more secluded place to hide. It was too late at night, and one's eyesight was severely impaired. It was impossible to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. Even if his 5 senses were strengthened by the mysterious sword tip, he was still at the level of a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. Acting rashly in the absence of light might lead to unpredictable danger. However, if he waited until dawn, it would be advantageous for him and the two pursuers. We have to get rid of those two people while it's dark, Chunzong said to himself. Time passed slowly. The dark clouds that covered the waning moon gradually dispersed, and a ray of dim moonlight shone down. Chunzong curled up even tighter. He felt the qi and blood force in his body recovering bit by bit, waiting for an opportunity. With the help of the dim moonlight, Chunzong's sharp eyes slowly scanned the area. His gaze landed on a large tree more than 10 meters away. There was a black object on the trunk about 5 meters above the ground. It looked like a large rock. Black beehive, Chunzong said to himself. Chunwenza had done his homework thoroughly. He had told Chunzong and the others about the black beehive so that they could make a better judgment. Once he discovered the black beehive, Chunzong's mind immediately moved. If he used it well, it might be able to help him escape. However, it was a double-edged sword. If he was not careful, he might end up hurting himself. Under normal circumstances, the poison of the black beehive's stinger would not kill anyone. However, if there were a large number of stingers, it would still be a lethal poison. Chunzong weighed the pros and cons. This was a matter of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. His right ear quivered slightly. A faint sound of footsteps drifted into his ears. Footsteps of a human? Only one? Two thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind instantly. The footsteps of a human and a beast were different. However, ordinary people would not be able to tell the difference just by listening. The faint sound of the footsteps indicated that the person was very careful when he landed. He was afraid that Chunzong would notice him and escape again. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Chunzong judged the distance based on his senses. Then, he looked at the black beehive more than 10 meters away. Immediately, Chunzong moved. He stepped forward and walked toward the black beehive with even more subtle step. Now that things had come to this, he could only try again. Everything depended on luck and his own ability. He walked around the black beehive, looking for an angle and thinking of a route. A blurry black shadow appeared in front of him. Chunzong, you won't be able to escape. With the help of the dim moonlight, The black shadow also noticed Chen Zong. It immediately spoke in a low and hoarse voice that was deliberately suppressed. "Who are you?" Chen Zong also lowered his voice and asked. "He." The man in black lowered his voice and laughed strangely. He did not answer. "The Yang family or the Drizzle gang?" Chen Zong asked again. The man in black's eyes changed and returned to normal in an instant. However, the night was too dark for Chen Zong to notice. The man in black moved his feet and quickly approached Chen Zong. His speed was so fast that a strong wind sound was heard. It was especially clear in the silent night. Chen Zong, on the other hand, leaped up with all his might. He stepped on the tree trunk and borrowed the momentum to rise up. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at the junction between the black beehive and the tree trunk, cutting it off. He then kicked the black beehive away and borrowed the momentum from the kick to roll back down. His chi and blood exploded as he executed the wind step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 12 meters. He moved away quickly. The black beehive fell and the man in black quickly dodged. With a bang, the black beehive was torn apart. The black beehive was awakened and flew in groups, looking around blankly. The man in black's face changed. He did not hesitate and immediately retreated. As soon as he moved, the black bee king in the black bee swarm found its target. Its tail trembled and made a harsh buzzing sound as if it was a signal to gather. The other black bees immediately flew towards the man in black at an extremely fast speed. There were about 500 or 600 black bees in the black beehive. Each of them was the size of an egg and the black bee king was the size of a palm. "Go away!" The black-clothed man roared angrily. Both of his palms struck out continuously, bringing with them a strong wind. It was as if 2 whirlwinds were blowing away the swarm of black bees. Some of the black bees were directly hit and killed. This seemed to have angered the black bees. They became even more manic and rushed towards the man in black with no regard for their lives. They would not stop until they were dead. Chen Zong could vaguely hear the black-clothed man's furious voice, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly. His footsteps didn't stop in the slightest, and he quickly went into the distance. The farther the better, but he didn't relax in the slightest. Because there were 2 black-clothed men chasing after him, and only one had appeared now. After killing another demonic beast, Chen Zong quickly left to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other demonic beasts and exposing his whereabouts. Chen Zong kept moving forward. He did not know where he was going. The Black Bee Mountain was not very high. It was about 600 or 700 meters high. The perimeter of the mountain was much wider. Chen Zong estimated that he had walked a few thousand meters. Being chased by the black bees, the man in black should not be able to shake them off so easily. But what about the other man in black? Chen Zong thought as he paid attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, Chen Zong's foot disappeared into thin air. He hurriedly retracted his foot and looked carefully. Only then did he realize that there was actually a hole in front of him. It was too dark and he couldn't see how deep it was. Even with his eyesight, he didn't notice it and almost fell in. He turned around and saw a blurry shadow in front of him. It seemed to have noticed him and was rushing towards him. The other man? The 2 men in black had different body shape. One was taller and skinnier while the other was sturdier. The previous one was sturdier while this one was taller and skinnier. He rushed over at full speed. The sound of wind breaking was especially ear-piercing. Chen Zong, you can't escape. The man in black's voice was like a night owl. It was very scary. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's face was filled with determination. Behind him was a deep pit. He did not know how deep it was. There was no way out. In front of him was a strong enemy. It was like a tiger in front and a wolf behind. He could only fight. Chi Blood Realm Level 8. Die. A voice filled with murderous intent entered his ears first. The black shadow flashed and charged towards Chen Zong in an instant. His hand was like a knife as he stabbed towards Chen Zong's heart. Burning blood technique. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately used the forbidden technique. Chen Zong's fully recovered blood qi instantly clashed violently, giving off a shockingly high temperature. Chen Zong immediately felt as if a ball of fire had been ignited in his body, spreading through every part of his body. His body temperature rapidly rose, as if his entire body was about to be cooked. From the burning qi and blood, an even more powerful force burst forth. Originally, Chen Zong's cultivation was at the 5th level of the vitality realm. He could increase his strength by 2,000 caddies using vitality. After using the burning blood technique, his strength increased to 3,000 caddies instantly, which was equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th level of the vitality realm. He drew his sword. A ball of dazzling sword light shattered the darkness in front of him and covered 6 meters. Caught off guard, the man in black saw nothing but white. Under the strong light, the shadows spread. True secret? Heaven light and cloud shadow sword. The terrifying sword light cut through the darkness with traces of shadows. It also cut the man in black's chest, almost cutting him in half. At the same time, Chen Zong could not dodge in time. His heart was hit hard by his opponent's knife-like hand. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating at that moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His left and right hands let go of the hilt and the iron sword. He grabbed the man in black's body and flipped him over in an instant, falling into the pit. The powerful force retreated like a tide. An unprecedented sense of weakness spread throughout his body. As he fell, the wind whistled past his ears. Chen Zong's consciousness became blurry, and he gradually lost consciousness. He felt as if he was falling into an endless abyss, as if there was no end to this pit. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.